Welcome back to the channel, everybody. I'm on WN. This is your Friday Night Smackdown, March the 25th, 2023 review. Smackdown was a pretty good, damn decent show last night. Outside of the women's stuff, men's stuff was great. Rey Mysterio finally snaps on Dominik. Mysterio punches his own son in the face. LA Knight gets the biggest win of his career over Rey Mysterio by just simply rolling him up for 1, 2, 3, just because Rey Mysterio couldn't keep his eyes off of Dominik Mysterio. He kept getting distracted. Plus, Drew McIntyre, Sheamus, and Gunther signs the contract to make their triple threat Intercontinental Championship match official for WrestleMania 39. Rey Mysterio versus Dominik Mysterio is official. Rey Mysterio accepts Dominik's challenge. Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa will be happening on Monday Night Raw next week. Next week is the Monday Night Raw Go Home show. Next week is also the SmackDown Go Home show, where Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns will be face-to-face. Andre the Giant 20-man Memorial Battle Royal will be happening on SmackDown, as well as Drew McIntyre and Sheamus versus Ludwig, Kaiser, and Giovanni Vinci. So a tag match, 20-man Battle Royal, and Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns face-to-face is what's slated for next week's episode of SmackDown. If you guys are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, turn on that bell for all notifications. By the way, Charlotte Flair's promo was terrible last night. That 2-on-2 women's tag team match was even more terrible, which goes to show that the SmackDown women's division needs a change. And it needs a change fast, because that division is terrible. The women's division on SmackDown is absolutely horrendous. If you guys are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, turn on that bell for all notifications. Hit the thumbs up if you think you're going to enjoy the SmackDown review. After the SmackDown review, we got a bunch of WWE and AEW Saturday night news to go over, especially your WWE news. That's the main news we have to go over. We got a whole bunch of that. We got news on Roman Reigns, Naomi, Mercedes, Monet. We got some news on that new AEW house show. And much more. So, to those of you that are coming in for the news, well, you should wait until the SmackDown review. To those of you that's coming in for the news, wait till the SmackDown review. Because after the SmackDown review, whenever I go on break, that's when I should start seeing everybody in the live chats for your WWE AEW Saturday night news. We're still on the road to 700. We are now 7 subscribers away from 620. All we need is 7 more subscribers, and we'll have 620, I believe. Yep. All we need is 7 more subscribers, and we'll have 620. So again, subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're on the road to 700. Turn on the bell for all notifications. Go check out all the other content I have on the channel. Guys, please go check out my Monday Night Raw review, because my Monday Night Raw review desperately needs more views, because the views on my Monday Night Raw review look really bad. So if you can go check out the Monday Night Raw review, go give it a thumbs up this week. I would really appreciate it. I haven't really went live with other reviews. I didn't go live with a Dynamite review just because I didn't feel like it, just because it was too late. Just because I was feeling a certain way that day. I was not feeling like myself that day. So I decided to go live with an AEW Dynamite watch-along instead. Just a watch-along instead of both of them. Anyways, guys, I'm not going to waste anybody's time, especially not mine. So we're going to go ahead and get to the SmackDown review. It's going to be quick. It's going to be great. So sit back, stay in the live chats, and enjoy the review because it's going to be good. I got some news on the SmackDown viewership as well. There's some good news on the viewership. And we're going to go over that a little after I go over some of your other WWE AEW Saturday Night news. Now, just 9 days away before he challenges Roman Reigns for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship in the main event of WrestleMania 39, Cody Rhodes kicked off SmackDown with a grueling contest against Imperium. Imperium's Ludwig Kaiser. The German gave Rhodes as competitive of a match as he could have imagined, working the head and neck before turning his focus to the left knee of the 2023 Royal Rumble winner. Now, Rhodes, resilient, fought through the pain and the distraction of Paul Heyman, should I say. The distraction of Paul Heyman. Now, distraction of Paul Heyman sold Cole at ringside to stun Kaiser with the Cody Cutter and put him away with the Crossroads. So then, a post-match promo saw the announcement of Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa for Monday's Raw. It was a really strong outing for Kaiser, who rarely gets an opportunity to compete in singles competition, but proved he could hang with one of the top stars in the industry. A good long match to kick off the show. Very, very good. It told the story of a guy in Rhodes who is marching toward the top prize in the industry, but along the way is going to get the best of every opportunity. How he adapts and overcomes is key. And he did so with perfect timing in his trademark finisher. He will not be as lucky come Monday night if he tries to absorb that much offense from the punishing Sikoa, who is the perfect next hurdle on the road to the tribal chief. Moving on to the Charlotte Flair promo, one of the two things that I didn't like on SmackDown. What I didn't like on SmackDown was mostly the women's stuff. So on the women's side of things, we got the SmackDown Women's Champion, Charlotte Flair, hitting the ring for an in-ring promo just over 1 week before she defends against 2023 Women's Royal Rumble winner, Rhea Ripley in Hollywood at WrestleMania. Now, Flair admitted respect for Ripley, but then the promo took on a different tone, with her defending herself in the face of what? Chants from the crowd. She wrapped things up by vowing to continue her family's legacy at WrestleMania. This was not fine at all. I did not like the promo. I thought it was nauseating. I thought it was boring. You know, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. I didn't like it at all. You know, her promo toward the audience that explicitly chose her promo as the time to launch into chants that have not been relevant in 20 years and are the bane of this writer's existence. Now, the tone hurt of this promo was already an effective promo. It was already an ineffective promo because of the lack of focus on Rhea Ripley. Charlotte Flair needs to improve on her promos because her promos are not good. They are boring to listen to. I'm not going to lie to you. They really are. Moving on to Rey Mysterio versus LA Knight. Dominik Mysterio wanted a match with his father, 2023 Hall of Fame inductee Rey. After Friday, he got it. First, the living legend battled LA Knight in a match that resulted from a backstage confrontation a week ago. The competitive match saw Knight score a tainted victory after Dominik tripped his father up, providing a distraction that allowed the loudmouth heel the opportunity to score a cheap schoolboy roll-up win. The meat of the segment came moments later when Dominik taunted his father by disrespecting his own mother. This drew Rey Mysterio back to the ringside area where he blasted his son with a hard right hand to the face and finally accepted the WrestleMania 39 match. It was a fantastic match and further proof on this road to the showcase of the Immortals that slow burn stories with ample built in layers still work. I love this Rey Dominik storyline. It's one of the best feuds on SmackDown right now. And we're going to get the last bit of the feud probably next week going into WrestleMania. Because next week is SmackDown Go Home show, as I mentioned earlier. Rey versus Dominik is spectacular storytelling. Very, very fantastic storytelling. And will result in another emotionally feud match that will have fans in Hollywood rooting for the Hall of Fame, for the Hall of Famer to who his ungrateful son's ass in a grand display of family drama. I definitely give this match an A+. This was really good. Two veterans going at it, man. You don't see a complaint coming from me. Two of the greatest performers that WWE has. We got this awful women's tag team showcase qualifier match. Shotzi and Natalya versus Lacey Evans and Xia Li. The women's tag team showcase match in WrestleMania might not be the most exciting addition to the card. But for three of the four teams involved, it's really not an exciting addition to the card. It's really not, to be honest. But at least three of the four teams involved will be the culmination of months of television, which I don't think is good. We should only have a singles women's division and not a tag team women's division. We should not have no women's tag team divisions on either brand. The tag team divisions are non-existent. They need to burn the WWE women's tag team titles because nobody cares anymore. These women's tag teams are paired up tag teams, and they're not real tag teams at all. Shotzi and Natalya cashed their ticket to the contest, beating Xia Li and Lacey Evans in a qualifier Friday night. That was perfectly acceptable wrestling, but little else. From there, Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler turned to the show and revealed that they had been added to the showcase. The submission magician rightfully pointed out that Friday's winners, as well as Liv Morgan and Raquel, have reasons to want to get at them. Oh, really? As if anybody cares. She was right, as the heels have made life a living hell for all four women. If the match ended with those three teams, it would make the most sense. A fourth team like Carmella and Chelsea Green, if the recent booking is any indication, it would give these two fantastic characters a WrestleMania spot. Hopefully, let's hope so. It might. We got to find out when WrestleMania gets here, which only serves to water down the match. I think Carmella and Chelsea Green is going to fit in those spots. I think they're going to be the last team that's going to be added to that match. Who cares? That women's tag team match was terrible. It was not good television at all. Why do you think the fans are poorly? Why do you think the NXT fans in the crowd are so poorly? Why do you think the NXT fans are so quiet or unhappy? Why do you think WWE is unhappy with the NXT crowd? There's reasons why the NXT crowd are quiet and such and such. Because NXT sucks. Nobody watches it. That's why the crowd isn't all that loud. Because NXT sucks. There's nothing legitimately important on those shows at all. They got good talent on there, but there's nothing legitimately important. And I find it funny there's no storylines or build on those shows. Then you got Stand and Deliver coming up. I wonder how the NXT Go Home show is going to do. Really, it makes me wonder. It really does. It's NXT, at the end of the day, NXT is going to continue to be an unwatchable show until they give us the black and gold brand back. Then when you get the black and gold brand back, people will start back watching. Anyways. So moving on to this Intercontinental Championship contract signing here. Gunther versus Butch. A contract signing to finalize the triple threat match for the Intercontinental Championship between Sheamus, Drew McIntyre, and Gunther, particularly turned to chaos Friday night. Now, hurt feelings between the challengers were aired before the ring general demanded an explanation from WWE official Adam Pearce as to why the three-way dance was made in the first place. Signatures happened, the match was made official, and all hell broke loose from there as Butch attacked Gunther, setting up a match between the NXT UK rivals. The match was as physical and competitive as one might expect from the Intercontinental Champion and the artist formerly known as Pete Dunne, with chest caving strikes and several submission attempts. Distractions by McIntyre and Butch's brawling brutes teammates gave way to Gunther delivering the last sympathy for the win. The issues between McIntyre, Sheamus, and Gunther, the deteriorating friendship between the Scottish Warrior and the Celtic Warriors, and Gunther's quest to restore dignity to professional wrestling despite what he perceives as a non-stickle triple threat match are stories that help elevate these segments and make them a success. Now, moving on to the main event, which was the KO show with Sami Zayn. This was a very good main event. This was a great way to close the show. Kevin Owens welcomed best friend, brother, and overall swell guy, Sami Zayn, to the KO show to cap off the night's broadcast. Friendly banter in the presentation of the new KO Mania shirt. This year with WrestleZania across the front gave way to a sneak attack by the Usos that left Zayn laying in a vengeful Owen wielding a steel chair. Segment including the nice payoff to Owens. You need a new shirt comment from a few months back after Roman Reigns had given Zayn one. What's good stuff and continue to highlight the best storyline in wrestling. With that being said, it did not further things in any measurable way, making it impossible to grade. Man. Also, making it impossible to give this freaking segment a freaking C or B because it deserves an A. For all I know, it absolutely deserves an A. I don't care. I liked it. It deserves an A no matter how rewarding it is to watch two guys like Owens and Sami Zayn have this run in this company. They are genuine stars and have earned all of this. All right. Now, my actual full thoughts on SmackDown before we end the review there. Told you gotta be quick. I wasn't playing around. SmackDown. Overall, as far as everything I went over goes, overall, the first hour of the show was strong. You know, the show peaked with the Mysterio angle. It was one of the many best things on. But there's people out there in the wrestling community that wonder why they did that for last. I think the Kevin Owens KO show with Sami Zayn was the right decision. I think they made the right decision putting KO with Sami Zayn in for SmackDown. There's a reason we put the Mysterio angle in the main event. There's a reason. But while things slowed down a bit in the second hour wasn't really that good. It was still a good panelment. It was a good panelment. I tried to get it right. I think I got it right this time. But it was a good panelment, though, edition before WrestleMania, that left people looking forward to next week's final push. Well, folks, that's going to do your review. If you guys enjoyed your SmackDown review for March 5th, 2023, hit the thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you do. Let's get at least 5-6 likes on it, please. And let's get more people in here because coming up next after my break, it'll be time for your WWE and AEW Saturday Night News. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be right back. The stream will resume after the break for your WWE AEW Saturday Night News. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Finally. Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? It's finally time for your WWE and AEW Saturday Night News. And we have lots of it to go over. Lots of it. We're going to start with the news on Charlotte Flair. So, I'm basically going to start giving out your WWE news first before your AEW news, since this was a SmackDown review that I did not so long ago before I went on break. Okay. So apparently Charlotte Flair reveals why she needed a mental break from WWE. Charlotte Flair dropped the SmackDown Women's Championship to Ronda Rousey at WrestleMania Backlash. Right after that, the Queen was written off TV, going on an extended leave of absence. Charlotte Flair picked up right from where she left off. The android returned to WWE on the final SmackDown of 2022. Her impromptu match with Ronda Rousey saw her win back the SmackDown Women's Championship, making her a 14-time champion. While speaking on the Daily Star, Charlotte Flair talked about her hiatus from WWE last year. The Queen explained why she needed a mental break from WWE, which ultimately helped her get the time to marry Andrade El Idolo and get dental surgery. Says here, and I quote, "I have been going so hard for so long, and I needed a fresh. I want to get married. I wanted to have that time with him," says Charlotte Flair. And she goes on to say, "Then stepping away, it was kind of more realizing, is there anything I love as much as being inside the ring and performing for you guys? And that was kind of challenging because I don't know what gives you that same feeling." End quote. Charlotte Flair is currently preparing for her next major encounter at WrestleMania 39, where she will defend her SmackDown Women's Championship against Rhea Ripley of the Judgment Day. The match has the potential to be the main event of Night 1, says Ringside News. I don't agree. I don't think it should be main event Night 1. I don't think it should. It's not a main event match, in my honest opinion. I'm just throwing it out there. It's just not a main event match. I'm sorry. If it was in the main event, Ringside News claimed that it would be a significant achievement for the women's division. I don't know about all that, but that match does not need to be in the main event. If anything, maybe Charlotte Flair and Rhea Ripley needs to kick off WrestleMania 39 Night 2. Get the match over with, so we won't have to worry about waiting till the main event to watch it. Who really, first of all, who really wants to watch a Charlotte Flair, Rhea Ripley SmackDown Women's Championship match for the main event? Not me. Not me. Charlotte Flair is not winning at WrestleMania, plain and simple. She's not winning. She is not winning. So, you Charlotte Flair fans can get mad at me for saying it all you want to, but it's the truth. Obviously, the direction is for Rhea Ripley to beat Charlotte Flair to become the new SmackDown Women's Champion, just so Judgment Day and Rhea Ripley can all get drafted to SmackDown. And when they do, they'll have fresh new opponents, fresh new tag teams to go against and everything. Fresh new storylines, all that. Judgment Day, I feel like they've done everything they needed to do on Monday Night Raw. It's safe to say they need to go. It's safe to say that it's time for them to get drafted to SmackDown. Now that they're feuding with Legado del Fantasma, I think they should be drafted to SmackDown. Now, moving on to your next AEW Saturday Night News. Bray Wyatt's WrestleMania match could be up in the air, says Ringside News. But they are not the only ones that's saying it, because during Sunday night's main event, Dave Meltzer opened up about Bray Wyatt's current status in the company. He made it clear that Bray Wyatt is dealing with an illness, and he is not hurt or has any heat in WWE. That being said, the company hasn't promoted his WrestleMania match against Bobby Lashley. It says, and I quote, "He's ill." Yeah, right. Sure, he's ill. That ain't the reason why he's off TV. I don't believe that for 1 second. I think the real reason why he's off TV because of Vincent Kennedy McMahon. That's why I think he's off of TV. And he was supposed to be at the show Friday, and he was not, so he's still ill. If news that I'm going to be giving out later on Bray Wyatt isn't any indication that Bray Wyatt doesn't have an illness, I don't know what else to tell you. This is a flat out lie. Bray Wyatt never had an illness. Straight out lie. I don't believe this whatsoever. It continues to say they did do a quick tease of him, so he's not gone from the company. When I asked this week if he was going to be wrestling Bobby Lashley at WrestleMania, Dave Meltzer said he did not get an answer, and they did not promote that match on either show at all. It was also added that I was not given an answer, says Dave Meltzer, so my gut is that it's up in the air. I was not told a no. I was not yes. I was just told that he is ill. Lies after lies after lies after lies. This fucking report, this fucking news is a lie. He is. What the news I'm about to go over on Bray Wyatt later is going to be proof of that. It's going to clarify the fact that he's not ill. I got proof that he's not ill, man. I'm telling you. I got absolute proof and factual information to show that he's not ill. Which will be shown later on. Then he says, I guess it's out of their hands right now, but he's still with the company. I know there's people who think that he quit the company, but they did do a tease on Friday Night Smackdown show. Yeah, sure they did. Sure thing. Sure thing. I mean, it's not like it's the first time that Bray Wyatt's status was in question, but still, I think this is a blatant lie. I don't believe this news whatsoever. They just don't want to use him on TV. I think Vince McMahon and his administration feels like Bray Wyatt doesn't belong on the WrestleMania card. Man, I wish they would have said that about Logan Paul, somebody that doesn't belong on the fucking card. Jesus Christ, man. If it ain't one thing about this company, it's another. MVP is reportedly not happy about his look in WWE 2K23. Yeah, I thought they did him dirty. I don't think that was right. I got the game. I seen what he looked like. I don't think they did him right. The release of WWE 2K23 has caused quite a storm in the wrestling world, with fans, wrestlers alike sharing their thoughts on the latest installment of the popular video game series. And I wasn't worried about getting Bad Bunny. I just decided to get the standard edition. I'm not going to say fuck Bad Bunny, because Bad Bunny is great. Bad Bunny is great in what he does. He's a great Puerto Rican rapper. I just didn't want to spend my whole money on buying the Icon edition or Deluxe edition. I want to at least have some money left on the account at least. While some reactions have been positive, others have been less so, with many criticizing various aspects of the game. One wrestler who has been particularly vocal about his displeasure with the game is MVP. In a series of tweets, MVP expressed his frustration with the game, specifically with the suit that was chosen for his character. He accused someone at WWE Games of initially designing a suit that he didn't like, and then further accused someone else of signing off on it. He claimed was evidence of legit heat with someone at the company. MVP went on to express his confusion and disappointment about why he was given such a suit. The question whether he had angered someone at WWE Games or if he owed them money. He even asked if he deserved to be portrayed in such a negative light in the game. Wow, man. Wow. Regardless of the reason, MVP's reaction is a clear indication of the passion and dedication that wrestlers have for their craft, both in and out of the ring. It also highlights the importance of representation and accuracy in video games, especially when it comes to portraying real-life individuals. Only time will tell if MVP's concerns will be addressed. His reaction has certainly added an interesting layer of drama to the release of WWE 2K23. Wow. And here I thought I was the only one that didn't notice how bad they did on MVP for this game. I mean, to be honest, MVP in his current age sucks anyway. I mean, nobody can care less about MVP being in the game. Just like nobody can care less about Reggie being in the game. Nobody cares about low overall wrestlers. Nobody. I don't know why low overall wrestlers like Reggie and Nova or Reggie and Dar in the game. Why is Reggie and Noah and Dar and all them in the game, knowing they have lower overalls? Like, get them off the game. They're not good. They're not good models. Get MVP off the game while you're at it. You know what? Make him manager instead of making him a WWE wrestler in the game. Make him manager instead of making him playable character. We don't want it. We never wanted MVP as a playable character. Never wanted him as a playable character. Never. Some people say he sucks at the game. He sucks in the game. He does. No shit. MVP does suck in the game. They did not do good with him. Trust me, I have the game. I already know. I don't even have to use MVP, and I know how bad his model and his look is in the game. I know how bad MVP does in the ring in his current age. Trust me, I already know. I already know, man. All right. So there's apparently some answers as to why AAA worked with WWE during Dragon Lee's deal. This sounds like some interesting news here, because fans were acquainted with Dragon Lee in AEW when he was a part of the Mexican faction a few months ago with Rush and all them. As previously reported, Dragon Lee has officially signed with WWE. But Dragon Lee himself made an announcement after he and Dralistico beat FTR to win the AAA tag team titles at the event in Mexico during a recent episode of Muscle Man Malcolm podcast. AAA's Conan shared his thoughts on WWE's process of obtaining permission to film Dragon Lee's announcement of joining the company. Conan's opinions are never good sometimes. His opinions are good sometimes, not all the time. Most of the time, they're not good. It says here, and I quote, according to Conan, WWE had to ask for permission, and despite any political issues that may exist between promotions, he believes it's important to support each other in the wrestling industry. He stated that he doesn't want to get caught up in any political drama. In other words, political bullshit. And simply wants to focus on the benefits of working together. Conan believes that all promotions should work together because outside of WWE, they are a mega monster of the industry comparable to McDonald's and Walmart. Therefore, smaller promotions should come together and collaborate for the benefit of the fans. So this would result in fresh matchups that people haven't seen before. As a result, fans would pay to see them, generating more revenue for everyone involved. Man, is that all they fucking care about? Power, their stupid political agendas, revenue, money? Typical shit from WWE. Additionally, the wrestlers themselves would earn extra paychecks, creating a win-win situation for everyone in the wrestling company. It says here, and I quote, this is what Conan said. I really don't want to go over this, but I'm going over it anyway. It says that obviously WWE, he says that obviously WWE had to ask permission to come film Dragon Lee announcing that he would be joining their company. And I've always been a big fan. No matter what political issue, what political problems there are between promotions, and we'll back a promotion if we have to. But I don't want to get mirrored or whatever and political shit. I don't want to know that. Well, you don't work with him. You don't want me to work with him. I think everybody should work together because if you're outside WWE, who's a mega market like McDonald's, Walmart, you know what I'm saying, and everybody else should be working together. You know why? For the benefit of the fans. For that, and you're gonna make money because if you put matchups people haven't seen, they're gonna pay to see it. So you're making more money. The boys get an extra payday and the fans are happy. It's win across the board, end quote. Conan's stance emphasizes the importance of unity and collaboration within the wrestling industry, says Ringside News, not me. While there may be differences and conflicts between promotions, ultimately, the goal should be to provide the best entertainment possible for the fans while also creating financial opportunities for the wrestlers, and promoters. By working together and putting aside any political differences, the wrestling industry can thrive and continue to grow, providing entertainment for generations to come. What is y'all's take on what Conan said? I have nothing to say because I don't care, and I just don't care about Conan's opinions and takes. I don't watch his podcast, so I really don't give a fuck. I'm gonna move on. Bloodline mirror could be set up to dethrone Roman Reigns. Ah! Says Riju. Says this person named Riju Disgupta. Says Riju Disgupta. Who is that? Who is Riju Disgupta? Who is Riju Disgupta? Who is that? Another source in the company or something? I mean, I don't even know who that is. But during a recent interview with Riju Disgupta, Theory praised Jey Uso for his development in the ring and mentioned him as the one who could defeat Roman Reigns for the Undisputed Universal Championship. Oh, so Austin Theory praised Jey Uso, huh? Interesting to hear. It says, and I quote, "Look at where Jay's come from in the past. Let's even say 2 years, the level that he's on. He's always been on a great level, but you just see him shining, man. I know they say there's nobody that can take those titles from Roman, but it could be someone standing right next to him. That's all I'm going to say." End quote. Roman Reigns' latest WWE appearance was on March 3rd edition of SmackDown, where he had a verbal confrontation with Cody Rhodes. He questioned Rhodes' ability to compete for the World Championship and main eventing at WrestleMania. Rhodes was emotionally fired up after Reigns mentioned that Dusty Rhodes never acknowledged him. No more of this Dusty Rhodes shit, man. We don't want to hear about that. Rhodes went on to say that he would prove his worth to Reigns at WrestleMania by beating him at the event. I mean, I respect Dusty Rhodes and what he's done in his career in the Attitude Era. I mean, my condolences still go out to Cody Rhodes' family. I know, even though Dusty Rhodes passed away a long time ago, it's been a long time now since his passed. It was way back when I was a lot younger. When I was a kid. I think, at least I think that's when he passed. During the time I was still a kid. It needs to be about Cody Rhodes and not about Dusty Rhodes, because they're making it seem like Dusty Rhodes is there confronting Roman Reigns, but Cody Rhodes is not Dusty Rhodes. Cody Rhodes is Cody Rhodes himself. What's y'all's take on Jey Uso beating Roman Reigns? I think Solo Sikoa could beat Roman Reigns. Who's to say when Solo Sikoa turns on Roman Reigns, we get a Solo Sikoa Roman Reigns feud? I don't know. Cody Rhodes is more than likely winning that championship. He's more than likely winning both titles. Because he, according to what I've been hearing, he is the favorite to beat Roman Reigns. Now, I don't know how that's possible, but that's what I heard. That's what I heard. Not what I was told, but it's what I heard. I don't know if I want to believe that or not. I mean, do they not realize how much of a role Roman Reigns has been as WWE Universal or WWE Undisputed Universal Champion? He's been on a freaking milestone as of late, breaking records, man, breaking all-time highs. The guy is doing great for himself, and his overall is even 99 on WWE 2K23. His overall. If his overall is 99, which is, that's saying something. That's telling you everything you need to know about Roman Reigns and how good he is, inside and outside the ring. The greatest of all time is Roman Reigns, man. No question about it. Andy Kaufman is set to be inducted into the 2023 Hall of Fame. According to Variety, I don't know who those sources are, Andy Kaufman is set to be inducted into the Hall of Fame class of 2023. Kaufman, a cherished comedian of the 70s and 80s, is finally remembered by numerous fans for his performance on the Taxi series from 1978 to 1983. Andy, a renewed comedian and actor, made an inedible mark in the world of professional wrestling with his controversial feud against Jerry the King Lawler in Memphis Wrestling back in 1983. Andy captivated the attention of wrestling fans by challenging women from the audience to impromptu wrestling matches, a tactic that earned a lot of heat as a heel. Andy's popularity soured, and he was booked for more shows, culminating in a momentous power driver from Jerry the King Lawler. One of the defining moments of the feud was when Lawler made a guest appearance on David Letterman's NBC late night show. And during the interview, Kaufman provoked Lawler into slapping him, causing a huge connection among the audience. The event became one of the most memorable moments in television history and cemented Kaufman's legacy in the wrestling world. Interestingly, Andy never worked for WWE, but he had pitched his idea of wrestling women to generate heat against McMahon Sr. However, McMahon rejected the idea, and Andy was introduced to Lawler by wrestling journalist Bill Apter, leading to their legendary feud. Andy's contribution to wrestling is significant, and it's no surprise that he is being inducted into the Hall of Fame alongside other wrestling greats such as Rey Mysterio and the Great Muta. While Stacy Cabler is reported to be inducted. That hasn't been confirmed yet, but Dave Bautista won't be inducted this year due to schedules. Andy's legacy in the wrestling world is forever enhanced in history and will continue to inspire generations to come. What is y'all's take on this Hall of Fame induction? Let me know. There you go. WWE could induct a surprising first time ever into Hall of Fame this year. Now, PW Insider Elite, according to them, there has been talk that a referee will finally be receiving the honor during this year's Hall of Fame, while the name of the potential inductee was not disclosed. It was added that they are widely beloved in the business. The conclusion of the referee is certainly a no-brainer, considering just how crucial referees have been in matches, as well as many iconic storylines in WWE. They are also often highly respected individuals who are important in ensuring the safety of talent. People who were not professional wrestlers have been inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame over the years, including commentators to ring announcers and celebrities. Therefore, I have to wait and see which referee will be receiving the honor as the first ever referee to be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame. What do y'all think of this story? Which referee deserves to be inducted to the WWE Hall of Fame? Let me know in the live chats. Right now. Put your answers in the live chats right now, guys. I really appreciate it. Oh, man. Vince McMahon. There's some news on Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon is doing a lot more in WWE than just arranging a pre-sale, says Ringside News. Also says Wrestling Observer Radio, because during Wrestling Observer Radio, Dave Meltzer made it clear that Vince McMahon is far more involved than they are letting on. Not good. Absolutely not good. He is apparently a part of conversations that nobody else is supposed to know about, which puts him in an inner circle that is far outside the previously announced area of the company where McMahon was supposedly working. Outside. He says here, and I quote, Dave Meltzer says, he says, "I can tell you that there are things when it comes to stuff that nobody's supposed to know. But Vince knows. He is an insider when it comes to all of this. He is there. Yes, Triple H is running creative. Vince McMahon is there a lot more than just working on the sale. There is definitely a lot more to it than that." And quote, Vince McMahon was supposedly returning to WWE just to work on selling the company. Now it seems that he has his hands in far more than just the corporate side of things. Triple H might be calling the shots and running the show. That doesn't mean McMahon isn't around, says Ringside News. Oh, he's still around. He's still there. Believe it or not, he's still there. And that's not good. That doesn't bode well for Triple H or his administration at all. What is y'all's take on Vince McMahon creeping his way back to WWE creative? I think it's a lame move. They should have kept Vince McMahon as far away from WWE as they could. No, they decided to vote him back in. And now he's doing something to ruin the product and ruin the talent on TV. And there's been a lot of changes in WWE. I think those changes were made by Vince McMahon himself. Boy, I feel kind of dazed. I feel kind of tired. Excuse me. Oh, Lordy, man. WWE has a creative direction in place after WrestleMania 39. I wonder what that plan could be. Because it says here that during Wrestling Observer Radio, Ryan Alvarez, Dave Meltzer discussed the current road to WrestleMania. This included Alvarez mentioning the segment between Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns on WWE Raw this week. Says here, not cool. I will say this: from watching the Friday show and watching the segment here, it is clear from watching these two shows is that they have a post-Mania plan. End quote. Dave Meltzer confirmed that idea. He did not elaborate further, but the Wrestling Observer newsletter writer did say they had a year of post-Mania plans. Now, I wonder what this could mean for the Roman Reigns Cody Rhodes face-off on SmackDown. What could this mean for their WWE Undisputed Universal Championship match? That's the question I have. I wish I had the answers, but I don't. I know one person who does, and I'm not going to say his name. I don't have any inspirations. He's the greatest. He's the only greatest podcaster in the entire IWC. Well, my only favorite podcast. And no, it's not Fightful or Wrestling Observer Radio. No, it's not Wrestle Talk. It's not any of the UK geeks. No. I'm not going to say his name because you know who it is. He already knows. Ryan Alvarez went on to say, this is not something where we're going to do Mania and then the creative team, Hunter and Vince and whoever is going to wake up and be, what the fuck are we going to do now? What the fuck are we going to do now? That's what they say. That's what they question and say. Guess we'll have to see what happens in WWE as the road to WrestleMania. Obviously, there is a lot to unpack. And the entire landscape could change during the showcase of the Immortals this year. Oh, you know a lot's going to change. You know it. I know it. You guys know it. And the internet wrestling community knows it. Alrighty. Monday Night Raw's viewership increased this week. Of course, Monday Night Raw was a good show this week. Or at least I think it was a good show. Maybe. I could have sworn I put something on my thumbnail saying that outside of Ricochet versus Chad Gable, Dominik Mysterio versus, what's his freaking name? What is his name? Is it Johnny Gargano? Was it Johnny Gargano? And Cody Rhodes versus LA Knight. Outside of those matches, I did say something about the show did absolutely terrible. I think I said that, if I remember. I might have said that. I might have said that, man. I might have said that. I need to check and see if I said it on my thumbnail. But one thing's for sure about Monday Night Raw, the most anticipated entertaining match of the night was Ricochet versus Chad Gable. That's for sure. That final segment before the show went off the air, that final segment on this week's Monday Night Raw, it was good. But I remember saying something about it's not really enough to send the storyline home, which it wasn't. It wasn't at all. I mean, I was speaking truth there. I really was. The Logan TV Impulsive was a waste of time. Omos's match was a waste of time. There were some good things on the show, and there were some bad things on the show. Overall, Monday Night Raw was good and bad. I'm not going to say whether it's decent, solid, fantastic or not. It was none of those things. It was just simply good and bad. Simple as that. Hot in here, man. It's probably the freaking heat outside. Making my eczema flare up. But the Monday Night Raw viewership increased this week. According to WrestleNomics, March the 20th episode of Raw brought in an overnight average of 1.771 million viewers with a 0.55 in the 18 to 49 demographic. March the 13th episode of Raw brought in an overnight average of 1.705 million viewers with a 0.53 in the 18 to 49 demographic. What is y'all's take the Monday Night Raw viewership for this week? Let me know. Trying to move on as fast as I can. Yeah, I'm not really in a rush, but I just want to give out this. I want to give out as much AEW Saturday Night News as possible for you guys, so you guys can know what's going on within the world of professional wrestling. First look at WWE SummerSlam logo. Ringside News previously reported that this year's SummerSlam Premium Live event will emanate. Yes, I said it. Emanate from the Detroit's Ford Field on Sunday, August the 5th. Now we have, it says Ringside News, now we have our official first look at the official WWE SummerSlam 2023 logo. So Ringside News must have seen it before anybody else. So I assume. It seems that WWE is back to using the name of the host cities along their premium live event as the year's SummerSlam logo, as Detroit written alongside it. The official branding reads WWE SummerSlam Detroit. The font for SummerSlam 2023 Premium Live event is also different from the ones used in the past, giving it a more old school feeling. This might resonate with fans who grew up watching the product during the more vibrant eras of WWE. WWE stands for World Wrestling Entertainment. For those of you that didn't know, in case. John Cena versus Logan Paul is a match that could take place at SummerSlam, says Ringside News. I hope to God Logan Paul doesn't be booked in any matches at this point because his gimmick and promos are fucking terrible. The matchup was penciled in for WrestleMania 39 at one point. What was scrapped and the company went with Cena versus Austin Theory and Logan versus Seth Rollins. It remains to be seen what exciting announcements WWE will review on the road to SummerSlam 2023. So let me know y'all's thoughts on that. And we're going to move on to some even more WWE Saturday Night News. Now that we went over the news on the first look at WWE SummerSlam, let me see if they got an image. I'm going to show you guys the image of SummerSlam real quick. I want you guys to see this. I really want you guys to see this. There it is. There it is, guys. There is the new WWE SummerSlam logo for 2023. Let me know your thoughts on that. Fan video captures Roman Reigns yelling at Solo Sikoa after Monday Night Raw went off the air, seemingly. There it is. Position within the bloodline has been unstable ever since Sami Zayn was removed from his honorary position. Furthermore, Jey Uso's loyalty lies more with his brothers than with Reigns. A fan video recorded after Raw depicts Reigns scolding Sikoa following the show's final segment. The two were in a heated situation, and it seems that the head of the table didn't care that he was on camera. As tensions rise, Cody Rhodes' warning could come to fruition. The bloodline may turn on Reigns at or after WrestleMania. What is y'all's take on the bloodline situation? Will they turn on Roman Reigns at WrestleMania? You guys think they will? Let me know. Some people say they will, and some in the wrestling community say they won't. Oh, boy. Yeah, I think we do need a new champion, and I really, and as much as I want to disagree with Eddie's opinion on Roman Reigns retaining, I really think we need a new champion. I really do. I really think Cody Rhodes. Honestly, I really think Cody Rhodes should win the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship. It's time for a new champion. Roman Reigns has been WWE Undisputed Universal Champion long enough. It's time for a new champion. I'm just going to go ahead and flat out say it. I am a Roman Reigns fan. Don't get me wrong. I am a huge fan of what Roman Reigns has done. I'm a huge fan of his babyface and heel run in WWE. Especially his heel run. His gimmick is one of the greatest of all time, and he's the greatest of all time. His promos are great. You know, he has good storytelling and a good faction going on. What if Roman Reigns do retain? Well, Chapter 1 is going to be closed, and the Chapter 2 is going to start, which will be the downfall of the bloodline. If Roman Reigns retains, Chapter 2 is going to be titled, it's going to start, and it's going to be titled The Downfall of the Bloodline. The bloodline downfall is going to happen after WrestleMania. It's going to happen after WrestleMania. Rather, Cody Rhodes beats Roman Reigns to win the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship, or Roman Reigns retains his WWE Universal Championship. To me, honestly, it just doesn't matter who wins. It doesn't really matter who wins here. It really doesn't. What are you talking about, Brian? Where can I find what? WrestleMania 39? WrestleMania 39's night 1 and night 2 is going to be airing on Peacock. You got to subscribe to Peacock. If you want to see the video of Roman Reigns yelling at Solo Sikoa, all you got to do, it should be on the WWE channel. But don't worry. Luckily, I am going to show you guys the video if I have it. Let me see if I have the video right now. Yes, WrestleMania 39, Night 1, Night 2 be on Peacock. I will be live with my WrestleMania 39's Night 1 and Night 2 watch-alongs. And stand delivered watch-along as well for NXT pay-per-view. I'm getting ready to show you guys this video of Roman Reigns and Solo Sikoa showing some cracks. This looks very, very concerning. If this is not a sign that Roman Reigns is going to be betrayed and lose, I don't know what else to tell you. And please don't call me a geek or a freaking idiot for saying that, because that's just my opinion. I think Cody Rhodes should win. But I also think at the same time, Roman Reigns retaining would make sense too. So Cody Rhodes winning the WWE Undisputed Universal Championship makes sense, and Roman Reigns retaining over Cody Rhodes would also make sense, because that would start chapter 2 of the Bloodline storyline. That would be titled at that point, The Downfall of the Bloodline. I really want to see the downfall of the Bloodline storyline take place. I really want to see that, because I want to see what's going to happen. Yes, the Dominik Rey Mysterio match is going to be one of the best matches on the WrestleMania 39 card, no question about it. It's going to be better than Omos versus Brock Lesnar. I don't even think that match is happening. Brock Lesnar doesn't want to fucking go against a fucking giant. Are you serious? Even Brock Lesnar knows how terrible Omos is in the ring. Brock Lesnar does not want to wrestle a terrible professional wrestler like Omos. No. You serious? Give me a break. I don't know why they haven't got Omos off of TV already. He is terrible, man. What if Omos is terrible? Does WWE and their administration not understand? Get him out. He's terrible, man. Get him off of TV. He is as worse as Lacey Evans. My God. Really. All right, guys. I'm going to show you guys the video. Here we go, guys. Here we go with the video. I turn this volume down so I don't get a copyright. They're probably going to give me a copyright anyway. Oh, well, man. I'll take it. It's easy. I can take it off. I ain't worried about it. It's no big deal. But I turned it down to prevent myself from getting one, though. So I'm tired of these copyrights. It's annoying as shit. So what is y'all's response to that video you just saw? Yeah, there's definitely tension cracking in the bloodline, for sure. That video looks like a sign that Roman Reigns is going to be betrayed by Jimmy, Jay, and Solo. They're all going to turn on him. And then they're all going to believe what Cody Rhodes has been saying all along. Then Cody Rhodes is going to beat Roman Reigns to win both titles. The Universal Championship will go to SmackDown. The WWE Championship will stay on Monday Night Raw on Cody Rhodes' waist. And I've been predicting that for months. That's what I believe is going to happen. I believe Cody Rhodes is winning. And he should have been number 1 in the Royal Rumble. I don't know why they had him at number freaking 30 or something like that. I don't think that was right. We got some NXT news, guys. We got some NXT spoilers for March the 28th. For the March 28th episode of NXT. Yellow and white, or gold and white, whatever. So there's some spoilers for that show that we're gonna go over. As soon as I find them here. All right. WWE's NXT brand taped the March the 20th episode after this week's show. Now, this episode gave the brand one more chance to lay out their card and iron things out before the stand and deliver event. NXT has been horrendous garbage the past few months. There's been nothing on that, and there's been nothing good on that show. They got good talents, good stars like Carmelo Hayes, Ron Breaker, and Cameron Grimes. Don't get me wrong, but that show, people are losing interest in that show faster than you can blink. And I can easily see why. The creative there sucks, the writing sucks, the commentary sucks, the roster sucks, everything on that show sucks. The night will open up with a big Battle Royal match that will determine the final entrant in the North American title ladder match. It appears that Exam will be in that match and give his abilities. His addition will bring a lot of excitement to that contest. Exam says here, and I quote, here's the spoilers, guys. Spoiler alert, spoiler warning. If you don't want to hear about the spoilers on what went down on NXT on March 28th, now's the time to click off because I'm going to be going over your spoilers in 3, 2, 1. The Exam eliminated Nathan Fraser to win the Battle Royal to join NXT. North American Champion West Lee. Dragon Lee, JD McDonough, Ilja Dragunov, Extend Deliver. So it'll be West Lee defending his North American Championship against Exam, Dragon Lee, JD McDonough, and Ilja Dragunov at Stand and Deliver. This was on commentary. The match also included the IG, Jinder Mahal, Zion Quinn, Delba Kato. He was known as Commander Aziz when he was paired up with Apollo Crews. He was the bodyguard of Apollo Crews. Dante Chain, Damon Kemp, Charlie Dempsey, Drew Gulak, Edris Egnoff, Malik Blade, Odyssey Jones, Bryson Montana, Quincy Elliott, Javier Bernal, Oriel Mensah, and Hank Walker. Exam and Fraser got a good amount of time for their one-on-one portion. Exam, Dragon Lee, Wesley, JD, Ilja faced off in the ring after the match. Tyler Bate defeated Von Wagner. JC was at ringside with Bate. Mr. Stone was with Von. Thea Hall knocked Stone out at one point after the match. The Scasm appeared on the big screen. Joe Gacy promised to control Chase University soon. Elektra Lopez defeated Valentina Flores. Eddie Thorpe defeated Miles Bourne. Thorpe looked great in his debut, so Ringside News says. I have not yet to see his debut. But these are the spoilers for NXT's March the 28th episode. I was about to say the wrong date. I feel tired and lazy, man. Indy Hartwell defeated Ivy Nile and Sol Ruka in a last chance qualifier for the NXT Women's title ladder match at Stand and Deliver. Joins Zoe Stark, Gigi Dolan, Tiffany Stratton, and Lyra Valkyria. After the match, the ladder match competitors looked on from the crowd, ring, and stage, but there was no mention at all of NXT Women's Champion Roxanne Perez or if she will be at Stand and Deliver. I think Roxanne Perez's injury was not real. I think this is a storyline written injury. I think it was a shoot. I think it was K5. Drew Gulak defeated Hank Walker. Charlie Dempsey from ringside hit Walker with a cheap shot at one point, allowing Gulak to get the pin. Tony D'Angelo, Channing Staggs, Lorenzo defeated Brooks, Jensen, and Josh Briggs. Jensen and Briggs would have been added to the NXT Tag Team titles triple threat at Stand and Deliver if they won here. NXT Women's Tag Team Champions Kiana James and Fallon Henley were at ringside for Briggs and Jensen. After the match, James confessed there was something she needed to tell Jensen, but she'd rather show him. She kissed him and they were happy. Fallon and Briggs looked on and weren't too thrilled. Grayson Waller came to the ring to sign the contract to make his Stand and Deliver match with Johnny Gargano, an unsanctioned match. Gargano was banned from the building, and Vince Joseph was at the table with the contract security was surrounding the ring to keep Gargano out. At one point, Gargano's music hit to distract Waller. A masked man ran in to switch places with a cameraman, but it was Gargano. This kicked off with a brawl all around the arena. Gargano suffered a cut or busted nose at one point. And he got the best of Waller and spoke to the crowd, telling them he has a history with unsanctioned matches and he will put an end to Waller. So those are the spoilers for the March 28th episode of NXT. Let me know your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know your opinions on that. WWE is hoping to open new NXT brand by the end of 2023. Another interesting development here. WWE could be sold by the middle of 2023, says Ringside News. There should not be no sale happening. I don't believe the WWE is going to be sold. I don't believe a sale is going to happen. I just don't believe it whatsoever. The company is preparing itself for a sale. While scaling back on WrestleMania expenses, it seems NXT Europe will continue as planned in the face of cuts happening all around the company. Shawn Michaels is calling the shots in WWE's developmental territory now. He recently spoke to Sports Mail about the future of NXT Europe. That part of the world has a lot of talent, and WWE is still looking at opening the brand by the end of 2023. It says here, and I quote, "They're still in the organizational stage, and we are hoping we will have that up and running by the end of 2023. I'm really learning. It isn't something you just throw together, especially if you want to set it up for success. I think everyone would feel a bit more comfortable if it takes a little bit longer to make sure we cross every T and dot but still looking forward to trying to make that a reality by the end of 2023. It's been an incredible learning experience for me. And that's what Shawn Michaels says. And then he goes on to say, it has been an absolute blast too. I'm very much overjoyed about what we did with NXT UK. I had such a wonderful time doing that. It's intimidating and exciting at the same time. But again, I am thankful that we were able to bring a lot of that British talent over. They're incredibly talented, and they all in NXT UK. They were all in UK to eventually get to NXT and progress to Raw and SmackDown, and they're one step closer. And Shawn Michaels continues to say, it's great to have them all here. I'm excited with everything that's going on in NXT. Our biggest event of the year in Stand and Deliver is coming up. WrestleMania and across the WWE as a whole. It's a really exciting time for everyone. End quote. We'll have to see what the future holds for WWE, says Ringside News, as they reach out into Europe. NXT UK closed in the meantime to make way for this brand, for this new brand. And it might be only a matter of time before fans hear about some momentum in Europe. Are you guys down to watching NXT Europe? I may watch it and see. I might. I don't know. But I don't think it's going to feel like NXT UK. I'm just throwing it out there. Carmelo Hayes has plans to change NXT title design. On March the 22nd episode of WWE's The Bump, Carmelo Hayes was asked about customizing the NXT Championship if he beats Braun Breaker. Hayes initially stated that he has been focusing on the match, but he later stated that he would like to get away from the Rainbow Championship. Hayes stated that the title defense, the Braun Breaker era, and he wants to enter his own. Yeah, he wants to enter his own. It says here, and I quote, this is what Carmelo Hayes says. He says, and I quote, all I'm thinking about is that match with Braun. I'm not really thinking about much other than the match. I mean, I like to get away from the Rainbow Championship. I think that defines that generation of Braun Breaker. And we're going to move way past that and go into the him era. He says the him era. I'm interested to know why he says that. But anyways, he continues to say, which is my era. The Carmelo Hayes era. So it is a possibility I need to get to LA. And I need to get to Stand Deliver before we start talking about those types of things. And quote, Dan Carmelo Hayes loss at NXT Stand Deliver 2022 came up during the discussion, and the number one contender emphasized how much he has grown since then. He stated that he is at the peak of his abilities, and Breaker will have to prove himself when they meet at NXT Stand Deliver. He goes on to say, the fact that you bring up last year, if you look at who I was last year as a competitor, I was a completely different competitor. I've learned so much from my mistakes over the last years. And there's very few mistakes that I've made. And he goes on to say, I've learned from each and every one of those ones. Coming into this Stand Deliver, I'm stronger than I've ever been. I'm smarter than I've ever been. I'm at the top of my game, man. A lot of people talk about Braun Breaker and me having to beat Braun Breaker. But the real question is, can Braun Breaker beat me? I'm the one to beat in this match. He has to understand that he's never beat a Carmelo Hayes. He's never been up against a Carmelo Hayes. So I'm a whole different beast. I'm a whole different animal coming into this match. He can't block me. He can't guard me. I shoot the shot 100,000 times. I really am him. End quote. Carmelo Hayes is a star in the wrestling world. He has the potential to become one of the biggest names in the industry in the years to come. His talent, dedication, positive attitude makes him a perfect fit for the company. We'll have to wait and see what happens when he tries to dethrone Braun Breaker and secure the NXT title for himself. Do you guys want to see the rainbow design removed from the NXT title? Does it look better without it? Let me know. WWE bringing Randy Orton in for WrestleMania 39. To those of you that are a Randy Orton fan, you might want to listen to this one. PW Insider reports that there are currently plans to bring in Randy Orton for WrestleMania in Los Angeles. It appears that this will be Orton's return to the road. WWE booking Randy Orton to be at WrestleMania is certainly a good sign for the Vipers' future in the company. They have not heard anything about his tag team partner, Matt Riddle. Matt Riddle went through a stint in rehab after failing a wellness policy test. He hasn't been seen since shortly after the Viper took off, while Orton was off television. Riddle used a lot of Orton's signature moves in his honor. So we have to see what's in the future for Randy Orton. But his return is apparently not out the realm of possibility for WrestleMania 39. I think we could get Randy versus Matt Riddle for WrestleMania 40. That's where I think this storyline is going to. This is where I think the storyline is going to end at WrestleMania 40. I think Randy Orton and Matt Riddle is going to have a very, very long storyline. I could see it ending at WrestleMania 40, man. If they go that far with this feud. Guys, I am extremely itching. My back is extremely itching, and that's not good. It must be that eczema that's messing with me. Must be my eczema. There are some spoilers on WWE's plans for Roxanne Perez. A couple of weeks ago, Roxanne Perez collapsed after her match with Miku Satomura to close out NXT Roadblock. It was later revealed that the collapse was part of the however, shot to cover up a legitimate issue with Roxanne that was being evaluated. The following week, Michaels announced that there would be qualifiers for the NXT Championship ladder match at NXT Stand Deliver. Tiffany Stratton, Zoe Starr, Gigi Dolan, Lyra Valkyrie. They need to put Lyra Valkyrie as DLC, man. For WWE 2K23. They'll probably save her as DLC for WWE 2K24, maybe. I don't know. Now, next week, a last chance three-way match between Sol Ruca, Indy Hartwell, and Ivy Now will determine the final participant. Although Roxanne wasn't announced for the match, she is still listed as the champion. So Ruca is another person they need to include in the game. PW Insider is now reporting that Roxanne Perez is set to be a part of NXT Stand Deliver, which means that she will probably be a last-minute addition to the match. I think that makes sense. Why would you remove the title from her and then have her come back from injury and be added to the match to win back the NXT Women's Championship? How do they think that makes sense? That doesn't sound right to me. You should have just let her keep the title like AEW did with Thunder Rosa. Jesus Christ, man. I don't know, man. I don't know why they're doing this. I don't think this makes sense. Fans of Perez will be pleased to hear that she won't be stripped of her title due to injury. It'll be interesting to see if she will be able to successfully defend her title at NXT Stand Deliver. Oh, so now they're saying she's going to defend it. They be confusing people sometimes. They really do. WWE creative team is in the dark about post-WrestleMania plans. Why? This is exclusive WWE Saturday Night News here. Ringside News reached out to confirm the story, and they were told that Triple H has several long-term plans, and once they get past WrestleMania, it was also noted to them that more of his vision will be obvious after the show of shows. Roman Reigns' Cody Rhodes promo on Raw was carefully set up. There are many ways they could go with this situation. They are keeping those plans very close to the vest. It says here, and I quote, as for Roman and Heyman last night, setting up multiple paths for post-Mania. Cody's promo ending with multiple ways for the bloodline to go. That is Roman and Heyman. They are playing it very close to their vest. End quote. Those plans are not being discussed outside of Levesque and members of the writing team. At this point, the rest of the creative team has not been informed about what the plan is after WrestleMania 39. WrestleMania 39 will be an epic event. WWE's story never ends. Only time will tell what we'll see after WrestleMania. A recent report suggests that what the hell am I talking about? Roman Reigns could take a long hiatus after he drops the undisputed WWE Universal title. Obviously, every story's end is just the beginning of another in WWE. What is y'all's take on WWE's plan after WrestleMania? Unless we get another Roman Reigns and Cody Rhodes feud after SummerSlam, and Roman Reigns wins his WWE Undisputed Universal Championship back. I don't know. That could be a possibility. if they have Cody Rhodes beat Roman Reigns, we could see Roman Reigns in the bloodline possibly getting drafted to Monday Night Raw. We could see another Cody Rhodes and Roman Reigns feud. So we might see Roman Reigns win back the WWE Championship. And SummerSlam, maybe. Who knows? You never know. The Bloodline has done everything they can do on SmackDown, man. They need. It's time for them to move on and get drafted to Monday Night Raw. That's what I think. Now, Johnny Gargano isn't closing the door on Team DIY reunion in WWE. Now, while speaking on Catch Club, Johnny Gargano was asked about the possibility of getting his team with Tommaso Ciampa back to. It seems that is not out of the question as long as the two are on the same roster. So Johnny Gargano says, and I quote, "You never know. As long as me and Ciampa are in the same company, or even in wrestling in general, we'll always be linked together." And there was always that idea of what would happen if DIY was on Raw and SmackDown, the amount of dream matches that could come of that. And I think we haven't scratched the surface of that yet. Johnny Gargano has a big match at Stand and Deliver against Grayson Waller. This will give Johnny Rousey a chance to end his story, and it's the way he wants. Ciampa's return to WWE might be a bit of a wait. By the way, to see what is next for Johnny Rousey and Tommaso Ciampa. But as a team and on their own, only time will tell if Triple H gets Team DIY back together, which I think they will, 100%, because he certainly understands what they are capable of. You guys want to see Team DIY reunion in WWE? I do. That was one of the best teams on the NXT Black and Gold brand, back when Triple H was in charge of NXT at the time. Should Johnny and Tommaso Ciampa feud instead? Yeah. You know what? I think the fans would love to see a Johnny Gargano and Tommaso Ciampa feud on the main roster. We've seen it on NXT, so we've seen it on the Black and Gold brand, so why not? Why not on the main roster? I don't mind it. At least it'll get better views. At least it'll get better audience. More audience, you know what I'm saying? More attraction, more attention. There's some current advertised superstars for SummerSlam 2023. We got more SummerSlam news here on the IWN YouTube channel. It says here that a lot of things can change between WrestleMania and SummerSlam, for that matter. The entire company might be in the hands of a new owner. Please no. Please no, don't go with that ringside news. Please no. The current advertisement for SummerSlam lists Roman Reigns, the Usos, Bianca Belair, Charlotte Flair, and Cody Rhodes as appearing. What if we get what if Rhodes versus Roman Reigns for the WWE Championship and Roman Reigns ends up winning the titles back? What if? What if he ends up losing? What if he ends up winning or losing that match? Let me know what you think would happen if he loses or wins the title back. He would get the bloodline back together if he won those titles to help him retain. I think he would get the bloodline back together if he won the WWE Championship. But anyways, a number of those people are currently champions. But there is no promise that they will hold those titles when the big event rolls around. Oh boy. SummerSlam will go down in Detroit on February the 7th. 2023, the company has a lot to accomplish until that date. It is very interesting to note that Roman Reigns is slated to be there, considering his impending hiatus. Let's see how WWE stacks SummerSlam 2023. Obviously, they want to make it a massive show. Detroit will certainly get the biggest event they can bring. What's y'all's take on this situation? Would you like to be in Detroit for the biggest party of the summer? Hopefully it doesn't turn to the lamest party of the summer, because if it does, I won't be reviewing SummerSlam this year if it ends up becoming the lamest party of the summer. I'm telling you right now. And then at that point, I'll be calling it the dumbest party of the summer. Anyways, moving on. So, that was on Saray. This might be the last news we'll ever see on Saray. This one right here. Saray apparently does not regret WWE NXT experience after a very short run. Saray announced that she left NXT. Now she is back in Japan. Good. Get the hell away from there. As long as Vince is there, you are never going to succeed. If Vince is not there, you have every chance to succeed. I think she would do well. I think she would still do good on the Triple H if she would have stayed. I think Triple H would have used her. Vince McMahon would have never used her. That's probably the reason why she left, because of Vince McMahon, because they weren't using her on TV. The 26-year-old Fino had a lot of potential, but she didn't make it through WWE NXT's transition from 2.0 to the latest incarnation of the brand. It was also reported that Saray lost support in NXT. That started her downward spiral with WWE's developmental brand. Now, speaking with Jen Saito, the Saray noted that she does not regret her decision to join WWE, and it was a great experience for her. She obviously wants to keep that bridge because she was able to enjoy herself while with Vince McMahon's company. I want to say Vince McMahon's shitty company, but that's not the word. That's not what I was looking for. It's not what I was looking to say. Says here, and I quote, I was able to experience a lot of things that I wouldn't have been able to experience if I had lived a normal life. And being able to step into the business organization in the world was a really great experience for me as a professional wrestler. Experience has truly become an asset for me, and I hope to make the most of it when I come to Japan. I would like to come back to Japan and make the most of this experience. I have absorbed the world, and as Saray, I would like to go on a rampage in the pro wrestling world, end quote. So Rey previously spoke out to thank her supporters during this time. She might not have lit up NXT for very long, but Rey was able to gain a few fans. I have received so many supportive messages after I have announced my return to Japan. I really appreciate everyone's support. That's what she says. I think what's next for Rey is her going back to Stardom Wrestling. Either she's going to go to Stardom or she is going to sign with New Japan Pro Wrestling. Either back to Stardom or signing with New Japan Pro Wrestling. I can see her signing with New Japan Pro Wrestling. I think she would fit good down there. With Mercedes Moné down there. Man, you imagine Rey being on the New Japan Pro Wrestling Women's roster. I mean, oh my God. I don't know how you go without using somebody as good as Rey on TV. How do you bury and not use Rey on TV, man? I don't get it. I don't get it. She is very, very talented. I don't understand why they would do that to her. I guess Vince McMahon doesn't believe in Japanese female professional wrestlers. Maybe that explains why Asuka took her absence before she came back as Kana. WWE is discussing alternate WrestleMania opponents for Bobby Lashley. Ringside exclusive reported on Wyatt's current situation. They confirmed that Bray Wyatt has a physical issue. Nope. I'm not believing it. He's out because of Vince McMahon. The only reason why he's out because of Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon doesn't like or believe in overweighted wrestlers. He doesn't like watching overrated wrestlers on TV. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like using overrated wrestlers. Vince looks at him as a fat human being, which is not right. That's how he looked at Braun Breaker, or not Braun Breaker, but Bronson Reed. That's how he looked at Bronson Reed when he got released. That's how he looked at Keith Lee when he got released. Man, that would be embarrassing. That would be embarrassing if he looked at Braun Breaker that way. If he did Braun Breaker the same way he did Bronson Reed, Keith Lee, it would be an absolute disgrace. It would be an absolute disaster. Wow, man. He hasn't been cleared. His match has not been officially canceled yet. Well, good. Go do it. There are a lot of questions about that match. That being said, Bobby Lashley recently took to Twitter to send out a message that someone would get a beating of a lifetime at the shows. He alluded to the idea that Bray Wyatt might be out. WrestleVotes noted that WWE will have an opponent for Bobby Lashley at WrestleMania. He's not off the card, and they are discussing another way to go. WWE will find a way to get Lashley on the card, says, and I quote, a match versus LA Knight isn't planned as of now, but has been discussed for over a week now, end quote. We have to see what he does with this situation. Obviously, Bray Wyatt's match is a big one to lose. Don't look like a big one to me. But it doesn't mean he is in any trouble with the company. The match doesn't even make sense. Good, the match doesn't even need to happen. It doesn't make sense. They're both baby faces. Why would you want a baby face go against a baby face at the shows? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Why? I am so glad that this match is not happening. I am so glad. I really am. Give Bobby Lashley a heel. Somebody gives Bobby Lashley a heel opponent. I think LA Knight would be a great heel opponent. I think LA Knight is the only heel opponent I can come up with for Bobby Lashley. I don't think there's nobody else there. Or we could get Bobby Lashley versus Karrion Kross. WWE. Karrion Kross versus Bobby Lashley. Book it. Even though there's no story there with Karrion Kross and Bobby Lashley. They could do one if they do it a creative way. I would love to see Karrion Kross versus Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley's a babyface. Karrion Kross is a heel. Why not? Why not? It'd be a good match. Steal the show. It won't be a decent match. It won't be a solid match. It'll be a match that at least get the audience to stay in their seats to watch. Now, whether Bray Wyatt is dealing with or is keeping him off the grandest stage of them all, he's not dealing with it. It's a lie. It's all lies. Hopefully, he can get cleared and return to on the road to WrestleMania, because that isn't 100% impossible at this point. Says Ringside News. That all this shit is a lie. Vince McMahon does not want to see Bray Wyatt succeed at the show of shows. That's exactly what it is. He was taken off the card for a reason. He got taken off the card on purpose. Braun Breaker's, or not Braun Breaker, I keep saying Braun Breaker. Bronson Reed's not even on the card. You should think of it. We could get Bobby Lashley versus Randy Orton. I didn't even think about that one. If Matt Riddle doesn't come back, we might get Randy Orton versus Bobby Lashley for WrestleMania. I didn't even think about that until now. So either Bobby Lashley versus Randy Orton, Bobby Lashley versus Karrion Kross, or Bobby Lashley versus LA Knight. One of the three. Those could be one of the three possibilities. I think when WrestleMania ends, we should start seeing the start of the Randy Orton Matt Riddle feud. Hopefully. Maybe. I don't think it's gonna be immediately after WrestleMania. I think it's gonna be a little after WrestleMania. Maybe in about 1 or 2 weeks. In April. WWE started building WrestleMania 39 set in SoFi Stadium. WrestleMania 39 is set to feature a stacked match card with top WWE stars going to Hollywood. The 2-night event would see stars like John Cena, Brock Lesnar, Seth Rollins, Logan Paul, as much as I hate saying his name, Lita, Trish Stratus, and Becky Lynch, to name a few. While the Night 1 main event of WrestleMania remains unknown, the Night 2 show will feature a massive main event showdown. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, will challenge Roman Reigns for the Undisputed Universal Championship. The construction and setting of the WrestleMania setup, as seen in the photo, is an indication of a grand spectacle under the bright lights of Hollywood. Get ready as the show The Immortals invade the city of entertainment next week, it says. Are you guys excited for WrestleMania 39? Let me know. Let me see if they got an image of the first look of WrestleMania 39. If they do, I'm going to show you guys the image, if they do. Do they have it? Oh, they do have it, guys. I'll get ready to show you guys. They have it. Get ready to show you guys the first look at the WrestleMania 39 set in SoFi Stadium. Right now. You guys are amazed when you see this. Check this out. Look at this. Oh my goodness. A thing of beauty is this freaking sofa. Look at it. What a thing of beauty is SoFi Stadium is. It looks fantastic, man. It really does. Looks absolutely awesome. Shout outs to Jenkins, man, for tweeting that out, for tweeting that image of the SoFi Stadium. Shout outs to Jenkins of Ringside News. A popular YouTuber lied about massive WWE offer. I'm pretty sure some of you guys know who this YouTuber is. Don't worry, you'll get to hear her name because it says Lily Pons, who is a YouTuber and social media influencer, spoke about WWE the other day. I forgot to take that off, so I forgot to put it back on my normal. I apologize for that. Excuse me. I meant to put the screen back to normal screen where my audio show popping out. My speakers, Anyhow, Lily Pons, who is a YouTuber and social media influencer, spoke about WWE the other day. She said that the company offered her $20 million to sign with them for an on-screen role, but that figure is way out of any believable number. Donald Sepp noted behind Pfeiffer's paywall that Lily Pons was not telling the truth about that after trying to confirm this story with a source in WWE. They outright rejected the idea that WWE would offer her anyway or anywhere close to that dollar amount. One source within WWE said, "That's generous of us. This number would be well above anything that Brock Lesnar or Roman Reigns have ever received. It was also the number Floyd Mayweather claimed WWE paid him for his WrestleMania 2008 appearance. But the number was actually nowhere near that." Yeah, that's right, Bottle. Nowhere near that. You knew I was right. The bottle popped. It was also noted that Lily Pons might have meant a lot of money in Venezuelan currency, which is still over $825K. The outlet was told that it's still nowhere near what WWE would have offered if they were interested in her. WWE has a lot of money to offer people who would bring value to the company. There is no truth to any claim that Lily was offered $20 for her service. Well, no shit. You know how they are with this shit. Come on. What's y'all's take on this line about WWE's offer? Do you guys think they offered her any kind of deals? Let me know in the live chats. Yes or no? Rumors swirl as Brock Lesnar's WWE future remains uncertain. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now, my question is, does that sound good or does that not sound good for Brock Lesnar? Because it says here that WWE Hall of Famer Kurt Angle addressed this in a recent interview with Rewind Recap Live, where he said that Brock Lesnar is ready to quit. It won't be because of the way Angle sees it. But he needs to. WWE doesn't need him, number one. Number two, he is getting more TV time than all the other talents, all the other young talents that are sitting in Titus K-Ring that should be getting the amount of TV time that Brock Lesnar's getting. So as far as for pay-per-views and appearances, segments, and all that stuff. Triple H's control of WWE creative could move Lesnar out, he thinks. He says here, and I quote, "You know what? Triple H is a great leader. He's a great boss. I don't have a problem with him. I don't think anybody has a problem with him. Vince was different. Yeah. Vince was unique. He was one of a kind. Nobody else like him cared very much about his talent. So does Triple H though. And then it goes on to say, and I quote here, I mean, I'm not going to knock Triple H because if anybody was going to replace Vince McMahon, it was going to be Triple H and Stephanie. And you know, that's basically what they said. It's basically what they did. So I don't think Triple H is the reason why Brock's retiring. I don't believe that for a second. I just believe that Brock's had enough. He's ready to quit. He's ready to retire. End quote. I imagine he's ready to retire. I mean, look how many years he's been in WWE. It's going to be like The Undertaker. And he retires. Brock retiring from the ring might be a very sad day for the WWE fans who have grown very fond of the Beast incarnate over the years. We'll have to find out when Brock Lesnar calls it quits. If we got more news on this or more updates on this, I'll be sure to update you. Let you know. As soon as I get them. Stacey breaks 6-year social media silence amid WWE Hall of Fame rumors. You guys know who Stacey is. I don't have to say her last name. Stacey, who has been out of the public eye for 6 years, took to Twitter and uploaded a photo of herself and her family. It featured her with her son and 2 daughters. So she clearly looked happy. She says here, and I quote, "Been busy the last few years as a mother, wife, and raising my kids, but excited to be back and reconnect," end quote. The timing of her post has led to many to believe that she may be among the names to be inducted into the Hall of Fame class of 2023. While the WWE has yet to make any formal announcements on this matter. The news of her inclusion in this year's class has been circulating online. Stacey Keibler's most recent appearance for WWE was in 2019 when she inducted Torrie Wilson into the Hall of Fame. I guess we'll have to wait to see whether Keibler will end up getting inducted into the Hall of Fame or not. What is y'all's take on Stacey Keibler's getting inducted into the Hall of Fame? Should WWE induct another female this year? Or should Stacey be the only one inducted? The only female inducted into the Hall of Fame of 2023. Oh, and let me show you guys this image of Stacey. Show you guys an image of Stacey and her 3 children that Stacey seemingly tweeted out herself. Looked like it when I looked at it. I'm not sure. Yep, she did tweet it out by herself. I was right. Stacey was the one that tweeted it out. I was right. All right, guys. I'm going to show you guys the image of Stacey and her 3 kids. Stacey and her 3 kids. Check it out. Got a good life going for herself right now, man. She's living the best. She's living the absolute amazing best life. She's got 3 kids now. She's a wife. It makes you wonder who the husband is that she's dating. Is it an ex-WWE wrestler or is it a WWE wrestler or who is it? Who is her husband? Who is her husband remains to be a mystery, remains to be a question. I'm sure I can look it up on the internet and tell you guys. Oh, she's dating Jared. She's married to Jared, to a guy named Jared Holberg. He's an American technology intra pioneer, or something like that. He's an American technology intra pioneer who had a net worth of $200 million. That's a lot. And he's also a successful business executive. He's a successful business executive in his own right. He is probably best known to the general public as the husband of former WWE star Lacey. There it is. There you go. As you all know, Tori Wilson is married to Justin Tuber, so it just showed up on the screen. Well, that's her husband's name. That's who he is. Man, well, look at man he is to have her. As beautiful as he is, I think anybody would date her for real, to be honest. She's got the same looks that Tori Wilson, Kelly, and all these other blondes have. Naomi reveals she's no longer in WWE. This doesn't surprise me at all. It should surprise you guys. Well, Banks has since left WWE and is currently the IWGP Women's World Champion. Naomi is still listed on the WWE roster despite not appearing on programming for nearly a year, and she's still on WWE. She's still in the WWE game. She's on WWE 2K22 and she's on WWE 2K23 as well. Despite her not appearing on TV, they still have her in the new video game that I streamed yesterday. I'm hoping to get those copyrights off of by the time tomorrow gets here. Now, fans had been speculating on Naomi's status with the company. She finally confirmed the news on her Instagram account when she posted about an upcoming appearance at WrestleCon during WrestleMania weekend. In response to fans' questions about her status with WWE, Naomi confirmed she was no longer with the sports entertainment. The news is not entirely surprising. As I stated, it doesn't surprise me. It might surprise some of you, but it does surprise me. As Fightful Select reported back in January that the former Smackdown was something, their news can be trusted sometimes, not all the time. Same with the Wrestling Observer Radio. Same with PW Insider and their reports. As Fightful Select reported back in January that the former SmackDown Women's Champion's contract was close to expiring at the time of her walkout in May of 2022. It remains unclear whether Naomi's departure was a result of the contract expiring or if there were other factors at play. Naomi's departure from WWE is a significant loss for the company, as she was a popular and talented performer who had been with the organization since 2010. Throughout her tenure, she won the SmackDown Women's Championship twice, was a key member of the Total Divas cast. It's unclear what Naomi's future plans are. Her departure from WWE opens up a world of possibilities for the talented wrestler. Fans will undoubtedly be eager to see where she lands next, what new opportunities she will have to showcase her skills and personality. WWE has not yet commented on Naomi's departure from the company. they'll continue, Ringside News will continue to provide updates on her status in the wrestling world as they become available on their website. I'll keep you guys up to date on this as well, because this seems very important. Bray Wyatt is apparently not cleared from health issue for WWE return. Now, I just went over the news on Bray Wyatt still being out with physical issue, but we all know that's a blatant lie. Bray Wyatt was never cleared. Some people say Bray Wyatt was never cleared. Yeah, right. I don't even believe this, man. I really don't. I feel like he is. They're just hiding it and keep secret. Like the fans are going to be surprised and happy. Yeah, right. The fans are over Bray Wyatt and his gimmick. He's been treated like shit. They have no plans for Bray Wyatt. It's unfortunate to say they got no plans for Bray Wyatt. Ringside News confirmed with a Terrence source within WWE that Bray Wyatt is still dealing with a health issue. They were not given a timetable for his return. They were also told that Bray Wyatt has not been cleared to return. WrestleMania is 10 days away at this point, and the fact that WWE didn't even mention his match against Bobby Lashley could be telling. They were not able to confirm what kind of health issue Bray Wyatt is suffering from. Dave Meltzer previously reported that Wyatt is suffering from an illness. I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. But hopefully Bray Wyatt is able to get over whatever is keeping him off TV, says Ringside News. I don't believe this. Still don't believe it. Still don't believe it. I think Vince McMahon. I think he was kept off TV because of Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon himself. WWE could run WrestleMania angle during Hall of Fame ceremony. Wrestling Observer newsletter noted that this current situation with Rey Mysterio's WrestleMania match was also stated that an angle is very likely for the Hall of Fame since Rey Mysterio being inducted. On March the 24th, well, we just got through going over that Dominik Rey Mysterio storyline, that segment. You know, Rey Mysterio did just lose to LA Knight last night, after all. The Mysterio family, wife Angie and Aaliyah, they were in Los Angeles last night. Rey Mysterio snapped on Dominik, punched him in his face, and got on the mic and said, "I accept your challenge." Clearly, Dominik Mysterio versus Rey Mysterio, father versus son, is officially booked for WrestleMania. It was officially booked for WrestleMania since yesterday. Official since yesterday, man. Ever since Rey Mysterio accepted it. So, we don't have to go over that now. Thankfully. I already know why I had that in my description anyway. But there is some news on WWE possibly planning major WrestleMania 39 returns, including Randy Orton, because we just went over that. We just went over WWE having plans for Randy Orton. They previously reported, Ringside News did, that WWE could run an angle during the Hall of Fame ceremony this year. We'll have to see whether a return goes down. Several possible returns are out there at this point. The Wrestling Observer newsletter ran through several possible names for surprises during the show of shows. This year's event could see the return of Matt Riddle, Shinsuke Nakamura, or even Randy Orton for guaranteed pops from the SoFi Stadium crowd. It says here, and I quote, there are a number of wrestlers who have been off TV for injury and other reasons who could return for appearances in some form and get easy pops, including Randy Orton, Matt Riddle, AJ Styles, Shinsuke Nakamura, Big E. Orton is confirmed as going to be there. We already went over that news on Orton. On WWE having plans for Orton for WrestleMania 39. And I did say that he could be in line to go up against Bobby Lashley for WrestleMania 39. I want to see Karrion Kross versus Bobby Lashley. I want to see that match. That match will be great. That'd be a great match. Two powerhouses clashing, going it. I don't mind seeing that. I don't mind seeing Bobby Lashley versus Bronson Reed. I don't mind seeing that match either. Bobby Lashley versus Bronson Reed. That'd be a fucking clash. That'd be a fucking powerhouse matchup. WrestleMania will be a huge show with a lot of surprises. Every year has a new batch of conversations that are sparked from the grandest stage of them all. And this year will likely be no different. After all, WWE has a few big names that they could surprise us with. While it might not be a good idea to expect Kofi Kingston back, since he just had ankle surgery, other names are possible, says Ringside News. Then they say AJ Styles might also be asking a lot, because he is still recovering from his own ankle injury. Then again, the fact that Randy Orton will be at the show shows is a very good sign for fans of the Viper. And earlier I just said, if you're a fan of the Viper, Randy Orton, if you're a fan of Randy Orton, you might want to tune in to the news that I'm going to be giving you all from Randy Orton, or WWE having plans for Randy Orton. Now, the fact that Randy Orton will be at the shows is a very good sign for fans. Really, it is. Big E could also show up for the big event. That's what they say anyway. What's y'all's take on WrestleMania 39 so far? I don't know if I want to believe this or not. We'll see. Alrighty. Nature of Core J's injury is being kept close to the vest. I wonder why. Because it says the Wrestling Observer newsletter dropped a short note on Core Jade. It was reported that she has been out of action for months due to an injury, but it wasn't noted what her issue exactly was. It was not noted what exactly her injury was, or what her issue was, actually. I already said that. It says here, and I quote, the reason Core J has been around is that she suffered an undisclosed injury nearly 2 months back. Oh, look at there. So that explains it. Core Jade and Braun Breaker are dating. Duh. Clearly, we all know that. And I noticed they have matching gear on the game, too. Am I the only one that knows that Core Jade and Braun Breaker have matching gear on the game? They should be a mixed tag team in WWE on the main roster. That way we can get Braun Breaker in. Core Jade versus a Karrion Kross and Scarlett, maybe. Or Braun Breaker versus Karrion Kross with Core Jade and Scarlett at ringside. On a Friday Night Smackdown show or Monday Night Raw episode when Braun Breaker gets called up. Braun Breaker versus Karrion Kross, that'd be a great match. Anyways, they seem to be incredibly happy together. That being said, she certainly has a good support system around her. This would undoubtedly help her out as NXT return draws close for her. Hopefully, fans will see Core Jade soon enough. Hopefully, she's okay. Hopefully, Braun Breaker is taking good fucking care of her. I'm saying it in the most positive way possible. I'm not saying it in a negative way. It seems that she should be back sooner than later. Then again, You never know if WWE might just decide to use this hiatus as a reason to call her up to the main roster. Given that she had already became NXT Women's Tag Team Champions. But I would love to see Cora Jade as NXT Women's Champion. I mean, who wouldn't? She's very talented. You gotta make sure she has the right gimmick and the right wrestling skills to put her to the top of the women's division as a heel or babyface, as a top heel or babyface in whatever women's division, in whatever roster she'll be on, whether it's the Monday Night Raw women's roster or the SmackDown women's roster. The main roster. What else take on Cora Jade? Current status on Brock Lesnar's WWE contract. There's news on that. We're about to go over that right now, as soon as I change the background music here. Now, Brock Lesnar left a path of destruction behind him in WWE. He also dropped a plethora of ungodly pay stubs as well. It seems that he has the choice on whether he wants those big paychecks to continue, because that's what Brock Lesnar's there for, the money, and that's it. That's what Goldberg was in WWE for. They weren't there for talent, they were just there for themselves and the money. Last Observer newsletter opened up a bit about Brock Lesnar's current status. It was also noted that Lesnar's contract talks are kept very close to the vest, with only a few select people knowing what is really going on. What the hell is going on? That's what I want. That's what myself and my YouTube subscribers and the wrestling community wants to know. What is going on? Well, it says here, and I quote, regarding rumors of Lesnar, there are reports Lesnar had told people he'd be leaving soon, and within the company, the word had circulated. The only thing we know is that everything about Lesnar and what he's doing is kept top secret, and that Vince McMahon, Nick Paul Levesque, knew, and maybe two others knew, and nobody else didn't know. The last time Lesnar left for an extended period was when he put over McIntyre as big and as clean as he possibly could. So if there is a finish similar to that, end quote. Lesnar's contract status situation is always an interesting one because you never know what he will do next. The fact that he is Brock Lesnar and that affords him a certain amount of freedom, the fact that Brock Lesnar can do what the hell he wants, he is not only financially free, but he can do whatever he wants thanks to his Beast Incarnate status. Fans have really seemed to enjoy Brock Lesnar's current creative direction. If anything, it gave Lesnar the ability to show another side of himself and have a bit of fun while he's at it. He is currently set to square off against the terrible Omos at WrestleMania 39, and only time will tell how that one turns out. What's your take on Brock Lesnar's situation? All right, next we have some WWE Saturday Night News on Cody Rhodes. So apparently he is making top tier WWE merchandise money. The Wrestling Observer newsletter included a little note about Cody Rhodes. This was great news for people who wanted to see him make big royalty checks, because the American Nightmare is now on a top tier level when it comes to merchandising. It says here, and I quote, Rhodes now hitting the levels of top tier main eventers as far as merchandise sales go, End quote. Cody Rhodes returned to WWE with his brand in place. Vince McMahon also actually mentioned to Cody how WWE has some best graphic designers who can help him with a new logo. Really, Vince McMahon, really? That is when Cody Rhodes simply pointed to his neck tattoo, and McMahon got the point. Odds are Cody Rhodes will continue selling a ton of merchandise. WrestleMania 39 could be a turning point in his career. That might also be a huge deal for his bank account. Obviously, the American Nightmares fans can't wait to buy up anything with his branding on it as they continue supporting the ex-AEW EVP. What is y'all's take on Cody Rhodes' return run in WWE? Have you bought any official Cody Rhodes merchandise yet? Mercedes Moné's WWE return is still a real possibility. I don't believe that news whatsoever. Mercedes Moné is not coming back to WWE. You see how dirty they did her. You see Vince McMahon, how terrible Vince McMahon and Bruce's creative endeavors were. Why do you think Naomi and Sasha Banks went in Johnny Laurinaitis' office and dropped the women's tag team titles off on his desk? They didn't like Vince and Bruce's creative and the way they were handling it. They didn't like the way they were treated on TV. They didn't like their creative decisions. The Wrestling Observer newsletter noted that the door is still open for Sasha Banks' this WWE return. That's according to them. I don't believe this whatsoever. But right now, she is still Mercedes Moné and just doing fine by her account, because there are a lot of possibilities for her. It was noted that Mercedes Moné could work for AEW as well. Now, that could be a possibility, but her coming back to WWE, 0 to none. There's no chances for Moné to come back to WWE, especially when Vince is there. If Vince was not there, she would be there. If Vince was there, not Vince is there, not happy. Tony Khan has never dismissed the possibility of bringing her in. The possibility is still out there for her to work out a very fine deal with another company. Estonia waits for her to give them a call. He's not giving them a call. Vince is there. I just said that about. I just said that. I literally just said it already. The first time. Here I am saying it the second time. It says here, and I quote, "The ball is in her court when it comes to New Japan, WWE and AEW, as I'm sure she could go to any of the three and make a lot of money in both U.S. companies. She probably could work out an AEW deal where she would be able to work Japan and Mexico, which she wanted as well from the WWE side. They were told there were points that she has asked for that she would have to give up asking for to sign a deal with them. But the door is open for her otherwise. For other talent, the term deal works very much in her favor as she kept the buzz in her name. Got to fulfill her goals of working in Japan in April and is basically on the open market." End quote. Also noted that Moné is going to Japan right after fulfilling her WrestleMania week appearances for high spots and is staying there though through the Yokohama Arena show. Mercedes Moné said she is waiting on a call about Forbidden Door. That could see her mix it up with some AEW talent as well. Only time will tell what she will do next in her career. She hasn't inked a long-term deal with anyone yet. Sasha Banks' WWE return could be a big deal, but nothing is certain right now in that company either. they plan to be sold by the middle of 2023. As Vince McMahon's return to the corporate boardroom could have also already linked into the creative meetings. What's y'all's take on this situation with Mercedes Moné? Is she the smartest businesswoman in pro wrestling? Duh. My answer is, of course, going to be yes. By the time 2024 gets here, I could see Mercedes Moné being a WWE Hall of Famer. I could see WWE inducting Sasha Banks into the Hall of Fame. I could see that happen. I really, honestly could. Naomi's new name after WWE departure seemingly linked. As previously reported, Naomi revealed that she is no longer part of WWE. Naturally, fans were finally relieved that she is actually not part of Vince McMahon's company anymore. Of course, I already said that. While her next professional wrestling destination is not known, her new in-ring name might have just been revealed, according to a USPTO filing. Trinity Fadu has filed a trademark application for the name Trinity Star. It says here, and I quote, the application was filed on March the 20th, 2023, and applies to the primary U.S. classes of 022 games, toys, and sports goods, and 039 clothing, and the primary international class of 025. Primary class, clothing, footwear, headgear. It doesn't, according to the filing, apply to the entertainment purposes class that is common with wrestler name filing. At the time of the wrestling, the USPTO update states the trademark application has been accepted by the office and has met the maximum filing requirements and has not yet been assigned to an examiner. End quote. Naomi's departure from WWE is a significant loss for the company, as she was a popular and talented performer who had been with the organization since 2010. Regardless, we'll have to see what the future holds for Naomi. WWE. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell happened? Oh, there we go. WWE unhappy with poor crowd reactions in NXT shows. Now, why would they be unhappy with poor crowd reactions at NXT shows? Well, you guys are about to find out here in a few minutes. This internet is acting strange. Why? Why? What is making the internet do that? Is it because of the download? Is it because of the download on the PS4? I mean, I don't get it. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's always something with this video game or freaking laptop. Dude, if this not gonna let me go to this freaking article, I'm gonna snap. Like, seriously, come on, man. Come on, man. Like, really. What could it possibly be doing now? Yeah, looks like I'm gonna have to I had to reset freaking Wi-Fi. I just did. Let's see what happens. There we go. So, according to a report by Dave Meltzer in the Observer newsletter, the crowds at recent NXT shows have been down, and the company has been unhappy with the reactions from the audience. In response to the lackluster crowds, WWE sent a notice to all of the talent and crew urging them to encourage their friends and family in the Central Florida area to attend the NXT shows at the Florence Center. The hope was that this would help to bring energy and excitement to the final shows leading up to Stand Deliver. Well, the NXT shows are garbage. They suck. Commentary sucks. The roster sucks. Everything about NXT gold and white sucks. They able to put the black and gold brand back, maybe the fans wouldn't be like they are now. How many do you blame them? Well, NXT tapings are free. Attendees must sign up on a list in advance to secure their spot. Meltzer noted that the notice sent out by WWE was specifically for the shows taped on March the 21st, which was also the go-home taping leading up to the upcoming March 28th show. The recent crowd fatigue, or whatever, NXT shows has led some to speculate that the brand needs to get back on the road for television tapings. No, we need the black and gold brand back. That's what we need. We do need television shows back, but we need black and gold brand back too. The reason why they currently tape at the Performance Center is because it's a cost-effective option for the company. With WWE looking to cut costs and maximize profits, it's likely that they will change this strategy anytime soon. Oh, whatever. Give me a break with this shit. Whatever, man. Man, bah. Bah. WWE bringing in several legends for WrestleMania. According to PW Insider, Kane and Jimmy Hart will be present during WrestleMania 39 weekend. They won't be the only legends making an appearance, as The Undertaker, Michelle McCool, Undertaker's wife, Hoy Wilson, Sergeant Slaughter, Hacksaw, Jim Duggan also be making their appearance. While the exact details of their involvement have not yet been disclosed, it is likely that WWE will have something special planned for their Hall of Famers, while some of them may simply be there to enjoy the show. WWE has a history of filming for their WWE Network specials during pay-per-view weekends. It is evident that WrestleMania 39 is shaping up to be an unforgettable weekend for fans of professional wrestling, with WWE legends old and new coming together to create a truly unique experience. Are you guys excited for WrestleMania 39? Do you think it will break records? Maybe. I want to say not if Brock Lesnar versus Omos is on the card, but I think it could still break a record. All the matches are going to deliver except for Omos versus Brock Lesnar, in my opinion. And that WWE Women's Tag Team Championship match, too. That's two matches that's not going to deliver on the pay-per-view. That's two matches. Because I don't think anybody's going to be interested in that at the end of the day. Nobody cares for that. Let's go over the card for Monday Night Raws next week. Brock Lesnar and Omos weigh in. Miz TV. Oh my gosh. I'm going to get my remote control and change the channel. Miss TV is channel changing garbage. I don't know why they are producing shit like that on TV. Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa. That's what's booked for Monday Night Raw. You can guarantee you that I'm not watching. I will be at work. Thank God. I will be at work. Thank God I will not be home Monday. Monday Night Raw is going to be, this go-home show is going to be a miserable failure. The only thing that's going to fucking deliver is Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa and the storyline with Cody and Roman Reigns. That's it. That's going to be it. Miz TV with Becky Lynch, Omos and Brock Lesnar. You can bet the viewership for that show is going to go down to an all-time low. I mean, especially with Omos on there. I mean, if Omos on there isn't any indication to you that the viewership's dropping, I don't know what else to tell you, man. This show is going to be a complete bore fest. Monday Night Raw go-home show. It's going to be complete, nauseating, horrendous garbage. I already know. And for that, I will not be live with a Monday Night Raw review because I know the show's not going to deliver next week. I already know. It depends, though. Depends. I may just put Monday Night Raw review depends. Depending on what else is slated for the show. But from looking at the card looks awful. Don't even think about it. The card looks awful. We're looking at the card. The only thing that stands out is Cody Rhodes versus Solo Sikoa. Nothing else. Brock Lesnar, no boss. The Miz TV channel changing garbage. That Miz TV channel changing garbage. Yeah. That's going to fail. Brock Lesnar, no boss. Miz TV, fail. Complete fail. Complete garbage. Nobody's watching that. Nobody's watching none of that. I don't know why they got Brock Lesnar feuding with a 7-foot-tall giant. That makes no sense. And then you wonder why Brock Lesnar walked out after he had his segment with Omos. Because even he knows how terrible Omos is with his promos and gimmick and in the ring. And my older brother talking about saying he needs more training. Yeah, right. Give me a break. He don't need no more training. He needs to be released from the company. He sucks. He's not good in the ring. His promos and gimmicks are terrible. What part of that do people not understand? Keep Omos as far away from being on TV as you possibly can. Please. I hope this is Omos' last match. I hope they fucking release him from the company, whether it's budget cuts or whatever reason. Please release him from the company. Please get Omos off of TV. I beg you to please get him off TV. I beg you for this one time. Seth Rollins breaks silence after Twitter hack. His Twitter account was apparently hacked by somebody. As previously reported, Seth Rollins' Twitter account was hacked recently as the account began posting things about NFTs, among other things. Naturally, fans were concerned about this as well. Thankfully, the visionary managed to get his account back. Rollins took Twitter and addressed the hack and reflected on the week he had so far before making it clear he is ready for an upcoming WWE live event. Soccer punched on a Monday, hacked on a Thursday. Hell of a week. See ya in Salt Lake on Saturday. End quote. WWE has already confirmed that Logan Paul will do battle with Seth Rollins at WrestleMania 39. It remains to be seen how the Maverick will fare like it ever WrestleMania match. What happened to Cody Rhodes after SmackDown went off the air? Well, it says that the Blue brand did start off with a bang, but rightfully so. They rightfully did, as the American Nightmare put on a spectacular performance against Imperium's Ludwig Kaiser, despite interference from the Bloodline. Paul Heyman and Solo Sikoa at ringside. Cody emerged victorious, showcasing his skill and determination by executing a crossroads to secure the win. Following the match, Heyman delivered a scathing promo on the WrestleMania challenger, setting the stage for an upcoming one-on-one match between Cody and Solo on Raw next week. Cody is undoubtedly releasing the opportunity to take on his adversary and prove his worth in the ring. But Cody's night was far from over as he continued to demonstrate his unwavering focus and commitment to his craft. Even after the SmackDown episode had ended at the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas, Cody still had one more match to complete in. Teaming up with the Street Profits, the former AEW star participated in the exhilarating six-man tag team match against the Usos and Solo Sikoa of the Bloodline. Naturally, Rhodes' team picked up the win. It remains to be seen how WrestleMania 39 pays off for Cody Rhodes after will be challenging Roman Reigns for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship at the show of shows. Do you think Cody Rhodes win the undisputed WWE Universal title at WrestleMania? Sound off in the comments. Bray Wyatt spotted for the first time after WWE absence. See, if this image of him isn't any indication that he doesn't have an illness, if this picture of him isn't any sign that he doesn't have an illness, I don't know what else to tell you. He does not have an illness. He does not have a physical issue at all. Use him on TV. They don't want him being booked for WrestleMania. Vince doesn't want to see Bray Wyatt in a WrestleMania ring. That's what it is. He's overweight. He doesn't like watching overweighted wrestlers in the ring. Vince has an issue with overweighted wrestlers. He thinks they're fat slobs. He thinks they're slow. They're fat. It's Ringside News exclusively reported. Bray Wyatt is still dealing with a health issue. It has not been cleared for a return to the square and soccer anytime soon. I don't believe that. Still don't believe it. Fans were disappointed after getting to know this. A fan took to Twitter uploading photos of himself alongside Bray Wyatt. The fan claimed that he met Wyatt while returning home from work. Wyatt looked to be in good spirits, all things considered. This picture of Wyatt is a sign that Wyatt does not have no illness. This picture, I'm going to show you guys this picture of the fan and Wyatt. This picture of the fan and Wyatt should be a sign to you guys that Wyatt does not have physical issue. They are lying. They just vented. It's Vince that wants Wyatt off the TV, off of the WrestleMania card. It's not Triple H. It's Vince that wants Wyatt off the WrestleMania card. I just stated the reasons why Bray Wyatt's on the card. This man despises Bray Wyatt. He does not like Bray Wyatt for some reason. He thinks he's overweight. Vince McMahon thinks Bray Wyatt can't wrestle. There are wrestling fans in the community that agree with Vince on taking Bray Wyatt off the court. It sounds mean if you ask me. It really does. It doesn't sound right. The fact that Bray Wyatt took the WrestleMania card is complete bullshit, I think. And they should give Bray Wyatt a better opponent. Bobby Lashley should have never been the opponent for Bray Wyatt. Never. This amateur Bray Wyatt is a sign that he has no physical issue or no illness. At all. He's fine. He looks very fine. In this picture, he looks okay. I can't understand why people are making assumptions that Bray Wyatt is out with a physical issue. Clearly, he's not. This is Vince's doing. Vince is the reason why Bray Wyatt's off the card. It's Vince's fault. Kairi Sane reveals why she left WWE after receiving ambassador role. Well, speaking of the 10 count with Steve Fall, the former IWGP Women's Champion, revealed the reason why she returned to Japan after taking the WWE ambassador role. Ultimately, it came down to her getting married. She says here, and I go, hey, so you know she was actually in Perfect Edition. She was perfectly fine. The reason she got back was because she got married. End quote. Kairi recently lost her IWGP Women's title to Mercedes Moné at Battle in the Valley on February 18th and has not been seen in the ring ever since. It's previously reported Kairi is now officially a free agent and is not tied down to any company. We'll have to see what will become of Kairi next. Do you guys think Kairi would go next? Will she return to WWE? Let me know. I got some news on Alexa. Alexa. Alexa Bliss confirms her WrestleMania 39 status. Some fans believe that Alexa Bliss actually appeared during a Firefly Funhouse episode, but her face wasn't seen. There could have been a few hints about upcoming developments, with Bray Wyatt's absence halted all of that. Of course it did. While speaking with Cinema Blinn, Alexa Bliss was asked about her WrestleMania status, although she didn't provide any spoilers. Bliss did confirm that she will be in SoFi Stadium for the big show. It says here, and I quote, I will be in LA for WrestleMania. I will be at the arena. Who knows what that leads to? Because in WWE, you never know what's going up to happen. It's the company where you always expect the unexpected. We'll have to see. Alexa Bliss' WWE return could be right around the corner. She recently underwent skin treatment for skin cancer, but she seems to be doing much better now. Only time will tell how long it will be until she pops back up again. Your last WWE Saturday Night News is on the SmackDown viewership. SmackDown viewership stays stable on road to WrestleMania, according to Spoiler TV, March the 24th episode of SmackDown, pulled in an overnight average of 2.121 million, with a .53 in the 18-49 demographic. What's y'all's thoughts on this week's SmackDown? Now we're going to move on to your AEW Saturday night news. We don't have much to go over, just only a little bit. AEW wants court to dismiss 5 charges in Luchasaurus case. Yep, that's what they want. That is what AEW wants the court to do. As soon as I find it, I'm going to go over it with you guys. Oh, where is it? There it is. Woo. I'm about to get mad. I really was. So the latest update on this ongoing legal battle is that AEW has moved to dismiss 5 of the 6 counts raised by composite effect, according to Brandon Thurston of WrestleNomics. AEW has objected to the 5 counts on the grounds that they either fall to make a viable claim or preempted by the Copyright Act. As I quote, AEW argues those courts either fail to make a viable claim or are preempted by the Copyright Act. 10-page memorial in support is here. End quote. It's important to note that AEW has stated that it will answer the remaining count of a decision is made on this motion. The legal representation for AEW has listed 5 objections, which include CFX's failure to state a claim for unfair competition under the Lanham Act, CFX's failure to state a claim under the Louisiana Unfair Trade Practices Act, and CFX's conversion claim, being prompted by the Copyright Act. Additionally, AEW claims that CFX's unjust enrichment claim and claim for liability for act causing damages are also preempted by the Copyright Act. The legal case highlights the importance of respecting intellectual property rights to the business world. The use of copyrighted material without permission can result in serious legal consequences, including lawsuits and financial damages. The ongoing lawsuit between Composite Effects and AEW serves as a reminder that businesses and individuals must be mindful of their use of intellectual property and obtain proper permissions before using copyrighted material for their own purpose. What's your take on this legal case? Do you all think AEW could win? Sound off in the comments. AEW targets embarrassing fan footage from House Rules event. It says here by Ringside News that the pairs match at the AEW House Rules event was one of the worst in AEW history according to fans in attendance, with a lot of botches, missed spots, and terrible flow. It was panned heavily by the fans with it. The match was so bad that AEW had to resort to other measures to wipe out all embarrassing moments of the match. Embarrassing moments of the match. Now, that's so the company taking fan footage on Twitter to keep them away from further negative comments from fans. Wow, man. The match saw Britt Baker picking up a win over the returning Anna Jay. However, AEW would need to produce better quality matches if this disastrous bout in order to keep their reputation as the next big thing in wrestling intact. Wow, man. Damn, they shitted all over this match. I feel bad for Britt Baker and Anna Jay, two of my favorites. Damn. You for real? Wow, man. Jeez Louise. Damn, they shitted all over this match. God. Can't do nothing. You can't help but feel bad for Britt Baker and Anna Jay after seeing these fans shitting all over the match. Wow. That is sad. Wow. I'm just shocked though. Really. I really am. Jamie Hayter misses AEW Dynamite after mandated return to the UK. Good thing Jamie Hayter wasn't at that AEW House Rules show watching Britt Baker versus Anna Jay. My goodness. Wrestling Observer Radio, Dave Meltzer broke Jamie Hayter wasn't on AEW Dynamite this week. It seems that she will be back pretty soon. She had to make a trip back to England due to visa issues. Jesus. Another UK talent making a trip back to England due to visa issues. That's the same thing that happened with Buddy Murphy. The same thing that happened with Rhea Ripley. Same thing that happened to, what was his name? Dragon Lee or Bandino? Yeah, same thing happened to Bandino. Same thing that happened to all these Mexican and UK wrestlers. Wow. It says all the foreign talent in WWE from time to time, they might disappear for a couple of weeks, every couple of years for this. It's all worked out and it's all fine. But I'm not sure which week she'll be back, but she's not there right now. Says the Wrestling Observer Radio's Dave Meltzer. AEW was able to continue the stories on the women's roster this week, and Jamie Hayter took that time off. Let's see how long it is before Hayter takes another break. Lord. I hope to see Jamie Hayter back on TV soon, man, because I'm missing her already. Our women's division is dropping. Without Jamie Hayter, our women's division is crumbling. With Jamie Hayter on the show, our women's division seems to be straight with her on the show. But with her not being on the show, the women's division looks completely out of place. This storyline with the AEW homegrown women and the Outcast, this storyline, my interest for the storyline since last week has completely fallen. I was into the storyline for 3 weeks. 3 weeks later, I lost my interest for the storyline. My interest for that storyline has dropped to 0 to 100, or from 100 to 0. Put it that way. I was going to say 0 to 100. I literally was. What's y'all's take on Jamie Hayter's AEW Women's title reign? Her title reign's been so. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am a huge fan of Jamie Hayter. I love seeing Jamie Hayter as AEW World Women's Champion, but her title has been so lackluster. It is so embarrassing. They have done Jamie Hayter really bad. I don't know how you could do somebody as talented as Jamie Hayter like that. I mean, I don't understand this company. Like, really. It's like they're doing like WWE. It's almost like they're trying to be like Vince McMahon. I mean, my goodness. These geeks, man. It's almost like trying to be like Vince with their women's champions. And the way they booked them and used them on TV. AEW majors under 100K with house rules event ticket sales. WrestleNomics filed a public report request to the city of Troy, Ohio, for information about AEW's first house event. They posted their finding behind their paywall, and it appears that AEW's first show was just shy of breaking that 100K mark. Gross ticket revenue was $99,675. Paid sales were $2,929. The average ticket price was $34. Ticket scan count was 2,773, and the gross merchandise sales were $24,640. Merchandise sales per paid ticket, $8.41. Merchandise units sold, 718. AEW's cut of merchandise sales was 80% after taxes and fees, $17,944. That's a lot of money. Shit. Never mind $17,944. You want to talk about a lot of money. 99,675 tickets. That's a lot. That's a lot of tickets, man. 24,604. That's money. That's a lot of money right there. It was also noted that ticket revenue of just under $100,000 was driven in part by some general admission ticket prices being as low as $20. The most expensive ringside tickets were priced at $75. For content, AEW's highest grossing ticket events have surpassed 1 million. These numbers are quite impressive considering it was AEW's first house show in a long time. AEW has plans to continue their house show touring. Now, this will include even more events as the company carries on. Jeff Jarrett will probably be very busy in his new role. It seems that he is loving the ride so far, by all accounts. Do you think AEW needs to be doing house show tours? Any of that kind of caliber shit? You guys think that? Let me know. Let me know. Last but not least, the last AEW Saturday Night News for the evening is on the timeline for AEW's new television show. That has seemingly been reviewed. Give me time to find it. I'm trying to find it here. Not on there. Hmm. Where could it be? Where is it? Oh no. I don't see it on here. That is not good. Man, I hope they didn't get rid of that. I hope they didn't get rid of that piece of information. I'm gonna try to find it. I'm gonna try to find it. Oh boy. Oh boy. I can't find the news on that article on here anywhere. I can't find the news on this anywhere. This is not good. This is not good because I just saw it on there earlier. And I am dead to rights serious. I just saw that on there not too long ago. I just saw it on there, dude. I swear to God, I just saw it on there. If it's not on there, then that's gonna be it. I'm gonna just get off. If the news on that's not on there. Yeah, it's not on there. Something happened. Something happened to it. The news must have been false. Must have been so false that they had to take it off of there. Yeah, that news probably was evidently false because I don't see it on here. Nope, sure don't. There has to be a news on the timeline for AEW's new television show. There gotta be. There's gotta be. I've seen it somewhere on here. Come on, man. You gotta be kidding me. You mean to tell me it's not on here? You have to be fucking shitting me. Yeah, I'm getting off here. I'm done. I can't even find it. Wow, man. Can't even find it, dude. Oh my goodness. How did it end up not being on there? You know what? We're gonna go over the news on the. I was gonna go over the news on the merchandise sale numbers, but I want to. This is more. This news is more important than the sales. This news on book for Dynamite this coming week. I thought I give you guys go over the card for Dynamite for you guys. So, as you guys know, AEW announced during Rampage that Cassidy will defend the All-Atlantic International Championship against the Butcher next Wednesday on Dynamite. Darby Allin and Sting had defeated Butcher, Blade, and Kip Sabian on Dynamite this past Wednesday. Or should I say this Wednesday? Not this past Wednesday, but you guys know what I mean. Episode of Dynamite will feature several singles matches as well. I don't know how they're going to produce those matches. Half of those matches are probably going to be squash matches that nobody is going to be interested in. It'll be Willow Nightingale versus Ruby Soho, Matt Hardy versus Jungle Boy Jack Perry. Why are we getting Matt Hardy versus Jungle Boy Jack Perry? It's a question I got. Anyways, finally, Castle in the book will go up against Blackpool Combat Club, John Moxley, Claudio Castagnoli, and Wheeler Yuta in a six-man tag team match. The card for this coming week episode of Dynamite will be the IWGP United States Heavyweight Champion, Kenny Omega, defending that championship against Jeff Cobb. Why is the IWGP United States Heavyweight Championship on Dynamite? What is that title doing on Dynamite? If it doesn't belong on the Dynamite television, then that title should not be on TV. That title should not be defended. It should be defended in New Japan Pro Wrestling and not on AEW television. I'm just throwing it out there. Adam Cole versus Daniel Garcia, Orange Cassidy versus Butcher and the Blade, and AEW International Championship, Willow Nightingale versus Ruby Soho, Jungle Boy Jack Perry versus Matt Hardy, and of course, Dark Castle Boys versus Blackpool Combat Club. We'll see how this episode's going to be. This show's not going to be a banger by all means. It's not going to be solid. It's not going to be a decent show. It's going to be I want to say either lackluster show. Either it's going to be lackluster or it's going to be good and bad. I think it's going to be a good and bad show. Both. Just by looking at the card. Maybe mostly good, possibly. Anyways, guys, that is going to do it for your AEW Saturday Night News. Thank you guys for being in a live chat for that. Hit the thumbs up, man. Let's get some more likes on the stream. John that bell for all notifications, man. It's almost Sunday, so I'm gonna go ahead and post my schedule for this week. And then post my schedule for the first week of April tomorrow. Or Monday. Actually, I'm going to post it Monday. Probably Monday morning. Post the schedule for the first week of April. Well, guys, I'm going to get out of here. If you enjoyed the Smackdown review, hit the thumbs up. I am getting the hell out of here. Hope you guys have a good rest of y'all's weekend. And I might see you guys tonight. I might stream something tonight because I plan on posting a voting poll asking you guys what you guys want to see me stream tonight. Or maybe tomorrow. We'll see. I might go live on Instagram and play on the PS4 instead. I might just do that. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm just going to post on the voting poll asking what you guys want to see me stream Sunday afternoon, and then post another one asking what you want to see me stream, what game you want to see me stream Sunday night, such and such. But I'm getting out of here. Y'all take it easy, stay safe, and take care. And I will keep you guys up to date on the community page on my YouTube channel. Have a good one. See you guys tomorrow.